to Jams.
Breeze 93.9 FM. KUAM FM, Hagåtña, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Like holding down a job, 3 kids, every day the same page. Nothing new but always fun, never empty, full of love. Like your heart was always full enough, but you never felt quite cool enough. I grew up and learned that you were only human, but still capable of doing things only superheroes doing. Every day I'm grateful for the people we became. I gave you your purpose and you gave me my name. Oh, mama, doing all that you can. If I should ever leave your side, I will meet you in the promised land. You were the first person that I ever held hands with, the first person to hold me, the first person I danced with, my first healer and friend, my first comfort and love. You brought me into this world and I can't thank you enough. The years took us here, to this very place as I grow into my soul and into your face. And every day I'm grateful for the people we became. I gave you your purpose and you gave me my name. Oh, mama, you don't gotta hold my hand. 'Cause if I should ever leave your side, I will meet you in the promised land. Oh mama, I wish I knew back then all them crosses you carried and all the time that you spent and all the tears that you cried in your bed late at night. You didn't want us to hear, always acting all right. You taught me to walk, to talk and to count, and that my soul can't be bought for any amount. And love free and be smart, think it through, follow your heart. I don't know where I'm headed, but I know you're where I start. Oh, mama, you don't gotta hold my hand. 'Cause if I should ever leave your side, I will meet you in the promised land. Oh, mama, you don't gotta hold my hand. 'Cause if I should ever leave your side, I will meet you in the promised land. I will meet you in the promised land. I will meet you in the promised land. And you can hold my hand. Oh, mama.
You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
$0.89 in the ashtray, half-empty bottle of Gatorade rolling in the floorboard. That dirty breeze cab on the dash, dog tags hanging from the rear view, old skull can and cowboy boots, and a gold army shirt folded in the back. This thing burns gas like crazy, but that's alright. People got their ways of coping, yeah, and I got mine. I drive your truck. I roll every window down and I burn up every back road in this town. I find a field, I tear it up till all the pain's a cloud of dust. Yeah, sometimes I drive your truck. Yeah, I leave that radio play, that same old country station where you left it. Yeah, man, I crank it up. You'd probably punch my arm right now if you saw these tears rolling down on my face. Yeah, man, I'm trying to be tough. And Mama asked me this morning if I'd been by your grave. But that flag and stone ain't where I feel you anyway. I drive your truck, I roll every window down and I burn up every back road in this town. I find a field, I tear it up till all the pain's a cloud of dust. Yeah, sometimes I drive your truck. Yeah, I've cussed, I prayed, I said goodbye, I shook my fist and asked God why. These days when I'm missing you this much, I drive your truck, I roll every window down and I burn up every back road in this town. I find a field, I tear it up till all the pain's a cloud of dust. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, brother, sometimes I drive your truck. I drive your truck. I hope you don't mind, I hope you don't mind, but I drive your truck.
Così uli di sombranza temak et zu ita saluda antes diu hom niga radzau zan malak estrezas durante em todo ememu a no distância como cupo gipalo zangiman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa giluk tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis. Huh.
Forgot that part. Yeah.
Buenas. Kahula. It's 6:17 on the link. On your official State of the Island address reaction show this morning, as we are bringing in just about everybody to talk about the governor's third State of the Island address, which was last night. It was definitely a weird vibe with the social distancing and the rosary chairs. I felt bad for our higher-ups because they're used to the cushy chairs, you know what I mean? Like those $180 chairs. But have to sit in a rosary chair, with nothing in front of you. And
What I want to know is when you say the rosary chairs, they're typically on the back, right?
they were bougie rosary chairs because they had the padding.
But typically there would be the spray painted thing and say
Right, yeah.
property of Speaker
mayor.
Talahi's office. I wonder whose office there
I
were.
know, yeah. Maybe Pito got a discount from the mayor's. That happened yesterday. It was definitely an interesting speech that I'm pretty sure we could take 4 hours to talk about. But we're doing a 3-hour show this morning. We've got something big coming up with UOG at 9 o'clock. Jay?
Yes, the University of Guam is having their 53rd Charter Day. Today is Charter Day. So congratulations to the Tritons over there in Manila. And they've got something really, really special for you. And we're going to carry their ceremony where you see all the interesting things, the programs, the faculty members, the achievements, the research, and everything that sets UOG truly apart in this part of the world. But we're going to carry that for you. That's at 9.
This is the what? What is it? 53rd Charter Day. So what is it? Are they doing a virtual, real life, face-to-face hybrid or something?
Kind of a combination. I mean, they've got a lot of guest speakers, a lot of presentations and fun stuff, and because they're doing it virtually, it's all going to be interactive. So you guys will be able to chime in if you're a UOG alum. Show up and represent your class. If you're a current student. By all means, watch and let us know what you think about how the last year of getting your college degree has been.
Right, and also let us know about what you thought of the speech last night. I feel like a lot of people were watching. It was definitely weird because they couldn't have all the directors and deputy directors and deputy directors.
Religious leaders, military dignitaries.
Right, which it made the applause was very feeble. I mean... There was a few senators I saw who weren't really clapping, but you don't clap for the government. Now she's going to veto your bill.
Well, forgive me for missing this, but typically when you have a normal speech of this magnitude, right? When everybody claps, they also do a standing ovation.
There was a standing O at the end, but I don't know if it was just
that was the only part when people stood up.
A default standing ovation because they were like, "Hey, it's over," or what? But there was some standing that occurred at the end of the speech.
But typically, it's not like the President's State of the Union where every sentence he says and when he takes a pause, everybody stands up and they'll clap for 15 seconds.
Right. Usually
everybody pretty much.
It's pretty partisan though, right? So if it's a Democrat president, then you get the Democrats to stand up.
Yeah.
I didn't really see too much of that last night. There were some Republicans who I didn't really see clapping, but I didn't see every. Time, but there was someone who was just clapping after after everything the governor said, and you know how it is when one person starts clapping, you're like, "Oh, we're clapping, all right, oh, okay, okay, we're clapping."
Or they could do the '80s movie thing where one guy starts to clap and everybody else
right, do this thing.
Hey.
So yeah, of course we're gonna get into what we thought of the speech. Sabrina was what, an hour or so?
Yeah, it was about an hour.
Yeah. And she covered, 22 points, various aspects of island life and leadership, right? Was it 22? Because they had Roman numerals for all the different content areas, but I believe it was 22.
Yeah.
There were several bullet points.
Yeah. There was a lot of points that she raised. There was a lot of points that she didn't raise, though. Mm-hmm. And we'll talk about all that. Here's who's coming on to talk about the SOTI. I was texting one of the senators, "Hey, can you come on and react to the SOTI? S-O-T-I." And they're like, "SOTI, what's that?" That's State of the Island Address. So we call it in the behind the scenes. Okay. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us on our Facebook Live feed, guys. Roberto Fracassini. I know he's texting some stuff here this morning, so thank you again.
Yeah, Mr. Fracassini actually said he is drinking the hibiscus tea that was part of our Mes Chamorro masterclass. So he tried it.
Wow.
How's that? Signore?
Wow, that sounds great. We should do that one morning, Jay.
Sure.
How about hibiscus tea with coffee.
Yeah, and if you guys want to see that, it's our friend Bernice Nelson. She's wonderful.
Sign of Bernice. Yeah.
So she shows you how to make hibiscus tea. Super easy to do. Fun for the entire family. But you can check that right now on our Facebook timeline. You got to scroll down like a little bit because we ran it last week, and on YouTube.
Hibiscus tea. It's fun for the entire family.
And it's easy.
Super easy. Doesn't even involve boiling water. Just you need hot water.
Speaking of tea, did you guys watch that Meghan Markle Prince Henry interview?
Also, someone was spilling the tea.
Oh gosh, that was,
She's like they officially divorced the royal family or something, right?
she cannot go back.
Ooh.
Also,
Wow.
so she went off on the Royals.
The institution.
Ooh. Okay, I haven't seen that. But
Can we say Diana 2.0?
Gotta watch it.
It's 6:23. The link is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Carrier at 647. Cool. Here's who's coming up on the show. We'll get our buddy Sean Gumatauta, who's a former comms director for the Camacho administrations. Also, Tony Babauta, former assistant secretary of the Interior, former chief of staff for the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration. Cozendo, they had a great fundraiser for Uncle Patrick Palomo, who is fighting cancer and has left the island to go off for cancer treatment. They were able to meet their goal of $25,000, but we're going to get calls on and find out other ways that you can help.
Yeah, they went way over there. I
Right.
believe when I checked it out when we were working on the story last night, I believe there were 31,000 with a $25,000 goal to raise. So.
Wow.
And if anybody has known Patrick Palomo, nicest guy, the most genuine person you're ever going to meet, so
Right,
accommodating.
I went on
Always
tour
takes
with
the
him, and we did a show in San Diego, 2 shows in San Diego, 1 in Vegas. Yeah, Uncle Pat's just great. You know, one of the greatest things I think that he has accomplished is successfully transitioning from one of these like old guard musicians to someone who fosters musical growth and talent with the new generation. You know, to me, that's just so awesome.
Speaking of which, our own Peter Santos is a professional musician, and he was affected by this story in a very profound way. 'Cause
Right,
he goes,
right.
he goes, man, Uncle Pat, he's helped me so much. He's given so much of his time to mentor me, to gig with me. And there's
Heartbreaking, man.
He didn't have to do that.
Yeah, totally
But he
didn't.
always does.
Yeah, and so he's one of these musicians. I mean, this guy is world renowned. I don't know if you guys know how world renowned and how recognized worldwide.
We had him playing at the Kennedy
Yeah,
Center like a couple months ago.
Uncle Pat is, but he's a famous jazz pianist. Like he's famous. Like he could be living somewhere, wherever, in the States, as a famous jazz musician, but he chooses to be here and lift up the next generation of artists, which is just amazing. So anyway, we can help. We'll also get the mayor's, supposed to get Mayor Jesse Alec, the president, and Mayor Hoffman of Sinania to kind of go a little back and forth on the SOTI address. We're getting Senator Chris Dueñas, Senator Sabina Perez. We'll also get the Democrat Party Chair, Sarah Thomas Netty Dog, Senator Tony Ada, who is the GOP Vice Chair, because Juan Carlos Benitez, the Republican Party main man, is actually in transit back to Guam. And then we'll get Phil Flores, former Republican Party Chair, Senator Joanne Brown. I reached out to Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes for her to come on. They're going to try and make that happen, but I think she had like a slip and fall last night or something.
Oh, no.
And then tomorrow we get the Speaker, Therese Terlahi. She always does a Thursday thing. We'll also get Senator Jim Moylan. And then 9 o'clock we switch over to OG Charter Day. So it's a jam-packed show, the 626, Tuesday, the 9th day of March. With the very latest, let's go ahead and jump into the news now from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Off day, everybody. The reviews are out following the governor's State of the Island address delivered last night to an invite-only, socially distanced audience at the Guam Congress Hall. During the hour-long speech, the governor recapped the past year from struggles and triumph. Recapping some of the issues she covered, the governor announced her support for an unemployment insurance program for Guam that can be funded by securing low-interest federal loans offset by what's owed to Guam in compact impact debt. She announced former Governor Carl Gutierrez will lead the way for the digital transformation of Guam's antiquated business licensing and building permitting process. She announced he will be the permitting czar. He will serve collateral duties as GVB president and CEO. We didn't hear a whole lot about the plans to rebuild tourism, but we did hear her recommend the legislature commit the first $50 million in proceeds from the legal sale of cannabis to end flooding in Tumon, invest in island beautification and cultural preservation, and repair village roads. The governor also called on senators to send her a bill that eliminates the sunset provision on small business tax cuts, and she will sign it. In honor of International Women's Day, she announced she's ready to sign legislation to provide local women-owned small businesses with a set-aside similar to what's provided to disabled veteran-owned businesses. She mentioned briefly about working on getting the hospital reaccredited and how she's working with the Department of Defense to access excess federal land, which she's previously said she's looking at Eagles Field in Manilao to not only build a new GMH, but also a central public health facility. She also indicated her support for universal health care. She dedicated about 6 sentences to public safety, aside from recapping how many safety personnel have been added on during her administration, which was about 200. She reported that GPD is seeing a 15% decrease in overall reported crimes compared to 2019. She urged senators to pass her Safer Guam initiatives that she proposed last year to help reduce the crime rate even further. The governor also talked about suicide prevention and drug addiction, announcing plans to break ground later this year on a new Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's drug and alcohol building. You've heard about that right here on the link, as reported. She also plans to renovate 3 of DYA's cottage homes in Talifofo to expand recovery treatment options. As for the war on drugs, the governor reported that last year, Customs and Quarantine intercepted 110 pounds of meth, which she says is a 400% increase from 2017. She said Guam Customs is currently working to secure funding for the design for the construction of a container inspection facility to screen all cargo reaching our shores. Now, if you were looking for specific details about our plans for the anticipated $661 million coming to Guam as part of the President's American Rescue Plan, you didn't really get any, instead reiterating that she will use the money to help the people of Guam get more people back to work, help support small businesses. She said money will also be used to build a new hospital. Bottom line, the $661 million will give her administration the flexibility to recover lost revenues and strengthen our ability to provide improved government services to our people. Now, she closed her address by using the words of her dear friend, the late former Speaker Ben Pangilinan, a quote, "Today, in a full time of cynicism, political sound bites, and press releases, we must remember who we are as a people. We once mastered the navigation of seas. We survived a world at war. We are the inheritors of an ancient land. We build an economy which leaves no hardworking family behind. We will leave this land better than we found it." Our Adriana Cotero was at the legislature for reaction. She spoke with Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes, Speaker Teresa Lahi, and Senator James Moylan.
Today's Women's History Month, and we've introduced Bill 71 to have the emulation of what the services disabled veterans bill has, where women are given the opportunity to go to the top of the line when they bid for contracts. She talked about suicide. When the Public Policy Institute that became statute last term was working on that. I'm glad we got to bridge the opportunity to realize that none of the calls for help as it relates to mental and emotional issues were being addressed, and her stepping up to the plate and knowing that bridging the opportunity for us to get programs included for those who are suffering, permitting, automation, putting the former governor to task as it relates to permitting. That was another important factor that she brought up. Cannabis, realizing that cannabis can truly make money here, but more importantly, to put it where our number one economic driver is, to fix the issues and concerns as it relates to Tumon, and knowing that tourism is our number one market. I want to know that not just because of the industry, but making sure that when that gets implemented, we do it and we do it right. And then BBT. In the 35th Guam Legislature, we introduced some provisions that will help our businesses either reduce the BBTs for those, but I'm glad that she's looking at even lifting up the sunset provision and making sure that we look at some of those factors as it relates to our economy, our businesses here on Guam. I introduced Bill 1-36. She signed it into law just over the weekend, giving businesses the opportunity to renew their license at no cost for at least the next couple of years. So I'm just really happy that the governor has stepped up to the plate, even with everything that's happening here with our pandemic and the pandemic worldwide. We continue to move forward, and we must continue to do it together. We may not always agree, and we can agree to disagree, but the important thing is getting our island back to where it was before the pandemic happened. And these are real good issues. There's so much more that she talked about. She talked about homelessness. She talked about universal health care. She talked about taking care of our people. And I think, I mean, the litany, there's a plethora of other stuff that she talked about. And I just want you to know that this is a governor who hasn't stopped working. Even
right. With the BPT, she actually made a direct call to the senator saying draft legislation and move on this. Another thing I thought that was
we will introduce that first thing in the morning. As a matter of fact, I just got a note that our policy team has written some provisions based on that, and that would be introduced in the morning. So we're ready to work on this immediately.
Something to look forward to then. Something notable the governor also said is that she believes Guam can fund its own unemployment trust. This by securing no interest federal loans that can be offset entirely by the amount owed to us in compact impact debt. Do you think this too is possible?
Definitely possible. Having her work closely with the federal government, more importantly, the collaboration that she has with us, literally working with the U.S. Department of Labor and realizing that these are possibilities, and we just need to continue to work on it as we work with the federal government on those issues. Those can come to full fruition, and I truly believe that can happen.
If I could also ask something else that wasn't addressed and probably does need a lot of focus as well, is the allegations, and it's something that your committee, you've had oversight hearings recently, but with misconduct amongst public safety personnel and law enforcement. In addition, public safety there wasn't much addressed today in that. So how do you think the administration should address this problem?
You're talking about the law enforcement?
Yes, law enforcement personnel, all the misconduct allegations,
okay, well,
and public corruption.
Yes, those are not new, unfortunately, either. But I do think we have to put a little bit more focus on that. I think allegations completely erode the trust of the people, and that is, I think, a bigger liability when you erode the trust of your community than the actual crime sometimes, because we need to be able to rely on our law enforcement, call them when we need help, and they have to be able to respond. So I am hoping that with the intense pressure and all the eyes of the media and the public on them, that they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. We've got the court system looking at its own processes. We've got the GPD, and the Attorney General has assured us he's also doing investigations of the allegations. So I'm glad for that. I think that's what we want to hear. As soon as there are allegations, that those who are supposed to are going to do that prompt investigation. So I just think they just have to continue. They have to not ever slow down on that. They need to, in fact, kick it up. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And can we also get your initial reactions and any feedback you have from the governor's State of the Island address?
I thought it was very optimistic, and I'm glad that she set out her goals. I think we need to, it's very clear, work together. We need to collaborate. We need to ensure that this unprecedented amount of money, $661 million, that is going to be used fairly. It's going to be used and get value for the government. Special interests will, detract us, and that we can achieve some of those goals that we set out, that to really solve longstanding issues such as lack of infrastructure, homelessness, to take care of poverty, particularly with children. We have so many children on Guam living in poverty. It really is, or has to be, our priority. The amount of money that we are going to be receiving from the federal government is almost the equivalent of our general fund revenues for all three branches. So it's a huge responsibility. I think the legislature has to step up and make sure that they do their job too. Checks and balances, open government, and that we ensure that procurement is done according to the law.
Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. Now, I know that the governor didn't lay out a full economic plan, but there was mention about money from marijuana sales, right? And that she would be, in essence, pledging about $50 million to a company that has yet to even generate a penny. What do you think about that?
I think the church bells are telling us exactly what we should think about that. It's like, come on. GVB has already told us about their concerns about doing this in Tumon area. Okay, possibly, I think so. That's fine if you want to pledge $50 million, if we can earn that. What we know for certain, what we will be receiving as soon as the president signs it into law, is $661 million. That's the money we should be dedicating to help our economy, to help our small businesses. The federal plan has some things in place, but we can do much more. And I was expecting to hear that from the governor tonight. Again, I applaud her for a few things. That's fine. But if we're going to just go through what we already been hearing, no, I think people of Guam want, and the small businesses of Guam want, and the economy wants. How are we really going to rebuild? I didn't hear that at all. And I'll be doing a press release here by tomorrow for you folks as too. Okay.
We look forward to that.
All right. Thank you very much. Good night.
The Democratic Party of Guam issued a release following the address stating the Inafat Maluk spirit still thrives. Senator Joanne Brown comments, quote, beyond the difficulties of the pandemic, this administration has handed out pay raises and hired non-essential personnel, such as the new digital engagement manager and other similar positions, while thousands of families waited for food distribution schedules and unemployment checks. There's something inherently wrong with these actions. Senator Brown adding, it's disappointing the governor didn't address current issues like this or the instances of government corruption, allegations of government workers gambling on the job, or the growing mistrust of our law enforcement officers. Moving beyond this pandemic requires a realistic, unembellished understanding of the current state of the island. And here's more news. After 3 days of hearings, former DOC officer Darren Carandang Cruz was sentenced to 14 years in jail with all but 10 years suspended and credit for time served, followed by a 3-year parole term. Cruz pled guilty to kidnapping as a second-degree felony, burglary as a third-degree felony, terrorizing as a third-degree felony, and assault as a misdemeanor. He was arrested in October 2016 for holding his wife and her boyfriend hostage. He allegedly brutally beat the man for hours throughout the night and threatened to kill them. In court yesterday, Cruz said, quote, I think it would be nice to hear it straight from me that I would like to apologize to Mariah, Tom, the people of Guam. I ask you for compassion and forgiveness in my sentencing. Cruz has been behind bars since his arrest nearly 5 years ago, meaning after today he has roughly 5 more years of incarceration. As for homebound vaccinations, Mayor's Council of Guam President PD Mayor Jesse Alex says public health should be administering shots this week.
We're trying to really put everyone at ease, all the homebound and the caregivers at ease, that public health will be calling you, notifying you, as they did in the first round of the first dose. And actually, they're scheduled to begin this week.
According to Mayor Alec, homebound vaccinations will start in the southern villages and end in the northern villages by the end of the month. Is it about policy or is it personal? Here's the latest on dueling doctors as COVID has got the temperature of the island's chief medical officer boiling. So hot that he's filing a letter of complaint with the Guam Board of Medical Examiners, and apparently he might have the support of the island's public health authority.
It was the fight of the night on KUAM Friday.
And I'm sorry, but he needs to be called out. He's a danger to society. He's a menace to society.
So, I mean, if we talk about track records of who is more dangerous to society, he really needs to take a look in the mirror.
Dr. Hoa Win, chair of the governor's Physicians Advisory Group, reacting to the highlight reel, "Whatever happened to the message of Inafa Malik?"
I hope it's not lost on this fight here.
Although Dr. Win says we need to fight COVID, not each other, it appears Dr. Cabrera may have a heavy hitter in his corner. Governor's Communications Director Crystal Paco San Agustin delivering the blow on the link Monday morning.
Dr. Cabrera being our chief medical officer, we do stand behind him.
According to San Agustin, quote, "It's very likely the governor will add her signature to the letter of complaint Dr. Cabrera plans to file with the Guam Board of Medical Examiners." Dr. Cabrera plans to file the complaint saying he is fed up with the memes and criticisms of the government's COVID response, citing Dr. Shea's post criticizing public health's quarantine protocols.
He will be held accountable, and this is now my mission because it threatens public safety.
I will criticize public health because if I see an inconsistency in policy, they're open for criticism.
So are you Team Shea or Team Cabrera? Village mayors have been on the front line since the start of the pandemic, and COG President PD Mayor Jesse Alec.
I'd rather not get into it.
The case igniting the feud between physicians was heard in Superior Court Judge Elise Iriarte's courtroom yesterday. Shauna Camacho is suing public health for unlawfully ordering her and her family in home isolation after having a false positive COVID-19 test. During the hearing, Camacho shared her story about how she unknowingly was administered a rapid COVID test on February 25th. It returned positive. She testified that she went to the clinic for a thyroid-related concern. She then called her primary physician, Dr. Tom Shea, who recommended she get a PCR test done at another private clinic, which returned negative. Public health still ordered she and her kids be in isolation. Camacho then got another PCR test, and it was again negative. She was eventually released on March 4th, but her children were deemed close contacts and ordered to remain in isolation. Public Health Medical Operations Chief Chima Mbakwen testified that Camacho's isolation was treated the same as incoming travelers. The hearing continues today with Public Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Felix Cabrera scheduled to testify. And that's your news. As for the latest numbers, the Joint Information Center reports that out of 634 test samples taken Sunday, 2 came back positive for COVID. This brings the total of officially reported cases to 7,751 since March of last year. 133 deaths, 23 cases are active, and more than 7,500 have recovered. The hospital census: 2 people hospitalized, 1 receiving ICU level of care, 1 on a ventilator. The CAR score remains at 0.1. As for vaccination, a total of 52,248 doses have been administered. 31,851 have received their first doses, while 20,397 are fully vaccinated. And finally, as more Americans get the COVID-19 vaccine, the CDC is out with new guidelines for those who have been fully vaccinated. The Biden administration continues to work to step up those shots, as well as Congress approved the president's $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. Skylar Henry has the latest.
President Biden is planning a trip to a VA medical center this afternoon, where veterans are getting their COVID-19 vaccine shots. This comes as the CDC has issued new guidelines for those who have already been fully vaccinated.
As more Americans are vaccinated, a growing body of evidence now tells us that there are some activities that fully vaccinated people can resume at low risk to themselves.
Under the CDC recommendations, people fully vaccinated can now gather with other vaccinated people in small groups without wearing masks or social distancing. However, the CDC is asking vaccinated people to continue to wear masks and practice social distancing while in public, and they are still advising people to avoid medium and large in-person gatherings.
Still, over 90% of the population is not yet vaccinated, and that is our responsibility to make sure, in the context of 60,000 new cases a day, that we protect those who remain unvaccinated and remain vulnerable.
New money for a national vaccination program is included in the President's American Rescue Plan, which the Senate passed over the weekend and is now headed for a final vote in the House.
I have every confidence that Speaker Pelosi will sign, that the House will pass the bill, and that the President will sign the bill. And I'm hopeful we can have a nice signing ceremony sometime this week.
The bill includes $1,400 stimulus checks for many Americans. Other elements include a child tax credit of up to $3,600 per child, as well as a $34 billion expansion of Obamacare subsidies, making more people eligible to buy health coverage and lowering premiums for others.
These people in the Congress today, the House and the Senate on the Democratic side, are out of control liberals.
Not a single Republican in either chamber has voted to support the bill. Skylar Henry, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
And that's your news. We'll have more on the link after the break.
Factory defective airbags kill.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time, with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Join KUAM and Punta Endosa Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV 8 and 7:30 on TV 11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Endosa Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m., to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital. We got your 6. be 6:54. Good morning. Jay, you remember when this song came out? I do. It was Pauhana, right? The original?
Yeah,
yeah. Remember when they said Chamorro Girls and it was like, what? I thought that was like a typo. First time I heard that at the party. Big up to Chamorro Girls, huh? Ooh.
This was around, I want to say, 96.
Talking about our chicks?
96, 97.
Yeah, good stuff. DB. Good morning. Let's head to the KUAM News Zoom room where we're about to get a little bipartisan. At 6:54, we have Tony Babauta, former Assistant Secretary of the Interior, also a former chief for the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration. Sean Gumatauta, former comms director, Camacho administration. He's done a lot of hats and stuff. They both do. These guys been around. Wanted to bring him on as we start our official SOTI Reacts show. The State of the Island address delivered by Governor Leon Guerrero yesterday. In what was not a packed house at the Guam Legislature due to social distancing. There were, guys, it looked like about 20-some people in the room, right? Definitely different. Mm-hmm. And the applause was something, usually when a governor goes in and gives the SOTI, you got the directors, the deputy directors there, and they kind of lead the applause, and it really, I think, emotionally could change a speech very much. You know what I mean? Because those bursts of applause, it's kind of like when you watch a sitcom, right? Sometimes you might not know something is supposed to be funny until you hear people laughing. Same kind of thing with the speech and the applause. So I felt it was definitely interesting with the more sparse, audience. But the governor went in, gave her speech. It was largely, I think. There were some parts where she was looking forward, but it was almost a year in review. There was a thing at the beginning that she had said where COVID-19 had stolen the year from us. And we'll just go ahead and get in with Sean and Tony. And I guess just your initial reactions. And then if you guys want to just take it away and go into specifics, I'll go ahead and start with you. Tony Babauta reacts to the governor's speech last night at the Guam Legislature.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Chris and Sabrina and my primo, Sean. Good morning to you and happy Charter Day, Guam, to the University of Guam. Happy Charter Day. With respect to Governor Leon Guerrero's State of the Island address, I thought it was a really good speech. I think she needed to do the things that she set out to do in this speech, which was kind of a review of COVID-19 and the response by her administration to curtail and capture the community spread and to keep the community safe. I think overall, she continues to prove her worth as a grandmother, a nurse, a leader in business, and also a leader as a public servant. Her theme, which continues throughout her administration, which is to keep Guam fair, safe, compassionate, and prosperous, continued. We heard that also in her State of the Island address. I thought she raised some good points in the address. I thought she made some challenges to the Guam Legislature, namely to get something passed for the unemployment assistance and also for universal health care. I think her background as a nurse and those things that she focused on, which is the hospital, GMH accreditation, the suicide prevention, drug addiction, and also interdiction efforts. I thought those were all very well spoken about by the governor. As a former insider to the administration and there at the beginning of the pandemic, I know what type of pressure was beset on our leaders, the governor and the lieutenant governor, and not only the advice that they were getting, which they had to make hard decisions about, but what we were being told that if we did nothing, this was going to be the result. And she touched on that as well in her State of the Island, that the projection was going to be 3,000 deaths. And, for leaders, for the governor and the lieutenant governor to be in their positions and to hear that number and then try and react and make decisions based on the best information that they were getting. It was terribly difficult in the community to hear the type of actions that she needed to take to try and keep the community safe and to contain the community spread. We did go through 2 spikes. And so it's been a great test on the patience of our community, both in the villages and in the business, in the private sector, especially with businesses having to stay closed for so long and so many thousands of people losing their jobs. But it was a very difficult time and very tough decisions to be made. And I think, we're a year out from that now. Our CAR score is low. Businesses are starting to reopen. The governor has said she wants tourism to reopen. And I think the success of tourism will largely be based on what's happening around us, where our tourism markets are. But I was very happy and pleased to hear her report on the State of the Island and just to hear other things that she has in mind for the future to try and have the economy rebound and digitize Guam. I thought that was, I think that's going to be a huge thing for Guam to modernize and digitize. It's something that we should have done decades ago. So it's good to hear that we're going to put some of those resources into doing those sorts of things to continue the type of service that our community deserves from our government.
Jean Gumatautau.
Thanks and good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Tony, and the people of Guam this morning. It's interesting because I had the privilege of driving that particular speech 8 times. So when I was thinking as I was listening and reading along, I was just going back to the actual process that it takes to put together a State of the Island address. Now, the important thing to remember is that this is not something that the governor just woke up on Sunday morning and said, I think I want to do a speech. It was probably put together over the course of the last couple of months, obviously with in mind the activities of the response of COVID and her what her view for the island will be for the next year. We were talking right before the break about that interesting first line that COVID-19 stole a year from us. When we're thinking of those types of speeches, I was looking for more of an optimistic tone, and that kind of mechanical start, I already knew that it was going to almost give a pass to some of the things that the community had been saying, not only on the link, but in other broadcast media and in print, about what they were hoping to see from the island moving forward relative to a plan. Now, the administration had just submitted their $927 million budget, which again, part of the Organic Act mandate of not only the budget, but the speech was to outline their plan for the year with that. It seemed like, obviously, because of the rocky relationship with Congressman Mike Nicholas, talking about the federal's, infusion of money was, yes, helpful, but what is the government going to do, the executive branch going to do to cut about 29 million or so in local expenditures for the balance of this, for the new fiscal year, so that at least a lot of us who are business owners and the like have an idea what the administration is headed to. Now, I will give her props. I was very happy to hear about her woman-owned set-aside. I think that's an important policy consideration for the administration. Also was pretty impressed with the idea of getting internet out to the whole island. But I think the unemployment insurance issue was a huge lift to be able to say, hey, we can do this, puts a lot of pressure on the Guam legislature for them that over the next 12 months, if this is a solution, as we all watch 30,000 of our island residents go into the unemployment roll, what is your role, Guam legislature, in helping me, the governor of Guam, push out important services to our people? And when I looked at that particular part of the speech, when you look at it in totality, it really did give that speech some oomph.
One I think I got from one of my friends in education, a governor's address didn't acknowledge the hard work of GDOE school nurses, school resource officers, and other employees. She only mentioned public health, Guam Memorial Hospital, GRMC, GDOE nurses still helping with testing and vaccination. There was a little something about Simon Sanchez, but on education, did you guys feel that the SOTI was lacking?
There are always competing interests as for a state of the island address, and from an administration's standpoint, and Sean can appreciate this. You have to be able to balance what's in the speech or what can go in the speech, how long you speak about it, and make sure that you don't lose your audience, or that you don't kind of I don't think you'd ever outstay your welcome at the Guam legislature, but you want the focus of your speech to be on the substance, and you try to keep it as impactful and within a reasonable time frame to deliver. I've heard and read comments about things that she didn't say, and that's always the case with any governor. There are different constituencies that want to hear something. I mean, there were things that I wanted to hear that even though it's not in the State of the Island address, I know that the administration is working on it. For example, renewable energy. I've always been a big proponent of renewable energy from the time I was assistant secretary. I continue to be. I know it's part of the G3 initiative, which is something that that was adopted by the administration and led by Austin Shelton at the University of Guam. Was it in the speech? It wasn't. Are they going to be working on it? Absolutely, they're working on it. The Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority months ago put out an RFP to put solar on Gumatranquilidad. So those things are, in spite of it not being in there, like education, for example, not all of education was in there, but you had some things in there about Simon Sanchez, about STEM. I think what was missing in the education portion was, I believe, that there was an announcement months ago that a new charter school was going to be built, the iLearn Academy. I believe the administration has been working on that with iLearn stakeholders as well. So there are things that fall off or don't make the editing room cut, but I think rest assured there are still plenty of things well beyond what's in the state of the island that the administration is working on.
Sean?
You know, speaking of education, when you're right, Tony, when you're sitting there going through it, you're really asking yourself, okay, what do we have, only so much. And so you're trying to find that, link into the actual speech. So the only thing for me that I was a little concerned about education was the idea that Simon Sanchez will not really be broken, the ground won't be broken until 2022. So if you recall, guys, it's been a process that's been going on for years. So, I mean, if it was to placate, the northern residents about getting a northern high school, rebuilt, for me, I was a little bit like, okay, I was a little bit let down. I thought that maybe they'll say it's going to happen tomorrow. But also, and not to be a total hater on the speech, when the governor was mentioning, we're building a school, we all have short-term memory. During Governor Camacho's time, he built Ukadu High School. He built League One Terrace Elementary, the League One Elementary. He built, the whole Astumbo Middle and also the other elementary school at Atacao. So when we think about, it's been kind of a space of time in building schools, but then that's where the plan of, and when we think about schools, we want to hear from John Fernandez about what his plans are. Design, the use of the Ukadu High School design for the building of the new Simon Sanchez School. Obviously, the plans are done. In that speech, you want to hear a little bit of how do you bring together, taking those little facets of history, bringing them into the big speech, and then obviously saying that I'm working with John Fernandez and the school board to make sure that they make this a reality down the road.
What about crime? So something that raised my eyebrows was the governor's declaration that reported crime is down 15%. It was like a tricky stat compared to 2019. And then I know that she also touched on some methamphetamine seizures and made a comparison of what they've seized now to 2017 again. So just the crime, public safety. I had heard last night with Sabrina and Adriana, there was about 6 sentences on that. I guess just first of all, is that enough? Second of all, do you think crime is down? Third of all, how should the governor or could she have better addressed public safety and crime? Because I feel like it's a hot button issue.
If I can, it was an awkward clap when she mentioned the amount of pounds that were seized. It was kind of a strange part of the speech because you're listening to the speech and then it came to that point. It's like, are we clapping because we got plenty of pounds? Or are you happy that they got it? Because as we know, guys, this is a serious problem, and there is probably more drugs in the street that's being unreported. But from a whole safety point of view, if we're going to count sentences or whatnot, in terms of priority, the speech relative to that particular issue, if it's, remember, we've been closed down for about a year.
Yeah.
So if everyone's home and they're trying to get herd immunity and they're trying to, take care of themselves, then we really shouldn't have as much crime as we do and what we have, which is such a interesting stat. So I would wish that they would have, talked about even though I told you guys to stay home, maybe you should know that, well, heck, there was still crime going on regardless.
Tony?
Well, I think the point of raising the interdiction through the U.S. Postal Service was because that's something that she has directly been involved with, both her and the lieutenant governor. I've been on trips with both of them where we met with the U.S. Postal Service and told the U.S. Postal Service of our suspicion that more drugs are coming in through the U.S. Postal Service, and really demanding from them that they step up their manpower, they step up their interdiction efforts to keep the drugs out of Guam. And so maybe it wasn't, maybe the phraseology or the context wasn't good enough for the wider audience. But I know that from past press releases and things where she's talked about the engagement with the U.S. Postal Service and meeting with them at a very high level back in Washington, D.C. Was something that the administration should be very proud about. That the Postal Service has stepped up its efforts and interdicted so many so many drugs that were attempting to come into the island. With regard to overall speaking about public safety, she's spoken about public safety in each of her State of the Island addresses. So, to say that it hasn't been a priority, or it seems to lack priority in this State of the Island address, or I don't think for one second that public safety is not a priority for the administration. I know that during the campaign we highlighted the fact that there were 200 officers, I think, that were in the force, and the commitment was to increase that because under local law we're supposed to have 423 or 450 police officers. So we were woefully short of officers, and since day one, that's something that the administration has been working on, is trying to get more police officers, law enforcement officers on the streets.
I know last year when she talked about crystal meth, she called it an epidemic.
It's certainly bad for the community. We need to do more.
Right.
We need to do more, and it's not just going to be public safety alone. There's a lot of work that Director Therese Areola is going to be doing over at Guam Behavioral Health. There's a lot of important work for rehabilitation that goes on at the Department of Corrections. There's even more work that's done over at Public Health. It's really a combination of several agencies, and also working with your federal partners and trying to pull out from the federal government all the grants and the different types of programs that will help rehabilitate the not only users and those who have broken the law and are trying to rehabilitate themselves to get back into the community, but also just as a deterrent for our young people. I mean, we really do need continued pressure and messaging on this particular issue, because it's just something that really wrecks people's lives.
Yeah. Guys, I guess in closing, I know that there was some criticism from Senator Joanne Brown, and I believe Adriana had asked the speaker last night about the governor not addressing some of the more recent headlines with hiring, with some of these allegations of corruption coming out of the federal court. That, and then also there was a criticism that we didn't get a lot of details on how that $661 million in federal bailout aid is going to be spent. Just on those 2 points, Sean, and I guess we'll just start with Sean. I don't know if we've ever had a governor address corruption or allegations of those types of things in their administration during a State of the Island address. It's just probably not a good look. So I wasn't surprised that she didn't really kind of go into some of these really controversial issues that have been discussed in the media. Your take on that?
Yeah, remember, this is a policy, the biggest policy speech of the term. It outlines her or the administration's plan for the next 12 months. So as we think about, whether or not corruption and the like would get onto a speech, it was probably just more for efficiency. Is this important for everyone in the community? Yes, it is. But does it, will it see does it help me get past certain things policy-wise with the body? Remember, they're delivering the speech in front of the Guam Legislature, and they're trying to get them to also buy into some of their initiatives. So when we think about that particular part, I'm not surprised that that didn't get on there at all, Chris. I mean, and especially as this thing has been emerging over the last couple of weeks, though they've probably been preparing for the last couple of months for the speech. But when you look at it in totality, right, when you look at what the speech is going to do, as a community, we all would remember these words, remember her plan. I, as a small business owner and as a dad, I was looking for certain things. Obviously, looking at the impacts of not so much the federal stimulus, because we already know that's already coming. But what are we doing locally? I was expecting a little bit more pressure on the Guam Legislature by the governor outside of the unemployment insurance in terms of trying to find the policies that we will need as a community to move ahead. That is, and maybe she had more ideas. I would have loved to hear them. And I think she did a great one with the unemployment insurance, but if she had more in her quiver, I was hoping to see more of it shot at the Guam Legislature in terms of how she would need their help moving forward on, especially all the policy considerations that her administration is trying to do as she moves into the final year of her term.
Ton, last word.
Go ahead. For me, what I think got lost, it was mentioned, but I think kind of gets lost in terms of an accomplishment because we see the big number, 661 million coming from the federal government to help out during COVID. But there's an item within that 600. I don't know if it's within the 661 million or if it's outside of that. But it's the reimbursement of the earned income tax credit. This is a major victory for Governor Leon Guerrero. It's one of the first things It's not only one of the first things that she spoke about publicly after assuming office. It's one of the first things she spoke to President Trump about, and it's and it was always on her agenda. When she went to Washington, D.C., when she testified in front of Congress, when she went back and forth to the White House. I can't tell you how many calls that I was on and meetings that I attended where Governor Leon Guerrero continued to push for forward progress on getting earned income tax credit rebated back to Gov Guam. It's a $50+ million, as she put it, a shot in the arm for our government. That's $50 million. We always said that's $50 million cash out of our local coffers for a federal earned income tax credit. She's everyone is good with the policy because it helps out those who are those low income families. But in terms of us not needing to spend $53 million or $50 to $60 million, at least for the coming year and possibly for beyond, that's a huge victory for Governor Leon Guerrero. And let me just, I'll cut it short, but let me just tell you this. When I first talked to her about the earned income tax credit after she spoke to President Trump, and then let it be known to the public that this is what she's asking for, I gave her some of the background and the history and told her that Gov Guam has taken the United States government to court over this, and we lost. And so this is going to be a huge uphill battle. And it was at that point that the Governor Leon Guerrero said, if we don't ask for it and continue to raise it as one of our top issues, despite our losses in the past, we'll never get to where we're going to get 100% reimbursement. And when earlier in the year, when Delegate St. Nicholas had said that language was included in a previous package that gave 75% of a rebate, Governor Leon Guerrero shot off a letter to him and said, 75% is good, but I've always asked for 100%. So for the recent stimulus to include 100% rebate for earned income tax credit, giving our government rebated up to $60 million in cash, that's a huge win for Governor Leon Guerrero. And I'm not sure that she's getting the credit that she deserves for it.
Right. I did hear her mention it, but you're right. It was just kind of a brief glossing over. Sean, thank you so much. We got to run, guys. There's a whole bunch of people coming up after you, but definitely appreciate the input. Sean Gumatauta, by the way, he's got the That's It, That's All podcast. You're dropping a new episode, and this is going to be about the State of the Island address, Sean?
Absolutely. And so you want to listen to it on all the platforms that do podcasts.
All right. Tony, be safe, my friend. Keep in touch.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Always.
Sean, Sabrina. Chris,
there you go.
Thank you.
All right, Sean and Tony, 7:20. We'll take a quick break. Coming back with Cazendo and tell you how you can help out Uncle Pat Palomo in his fight against cancer. Next, right here on The Link.
Hey, you. What if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store.
Join KUAM and Punta Endosa Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Endosa Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Good morning, everybody, on a somewhat overcast and it looks like slightly wet Tuesday here on The Link. Please drive safely if you're on our roads. I got a buddy of mine in the KUAM News Zoom room right now, Kaz Endo, who I've known for a very, very long time. And is there any characteristic of what it means to be Guamanian than to take care of people in their time of greatest need? And Kaz is doing that for someone who quite literally is a friend to one and all here. Beloved jazz pianist Patrick Palomo. You know, we mentioned at the top of the show, he's given of his time, his wisdom, he gigs with basically anybody, regardless of genre, and he has really taken it upon himself to, you know, make sure that Guam's musician community is thriving. So he is really, really in need of our help right now as he battles cancer. When I first heard this story, like, my heart sank, because Pat is such a good guy. And let's bring in Kaz right now. And Kaz has taken it upon himself, as he's done on more than one occasion during the pandemic, to use technology to actually gather our community and rally us up and get some help for people in need. So Kaz, Hafaday, good morning. Always good to see you, man.
Hafaday, good morning, Jason and the KUAM team. Thanks for giving me a platform to discuss this. You know, first of all, there's a lot of people behind the scenes doing this with me. I just happen to be the one that's willing to get in front of a camera, I suppose, and talk about it. But you know, we've got a lot of his old bandmates from here and in California, all around the world, really, spreading the news. And that's the beauty of technology. You know, I mean, I love a good old lunch plate, you know, fundraiser and car wash. But with this pandemic, you know, these sort of homegrown organic fundraisers can't happen as much. So technology it is, and it's been pretty safe for everybody to get involved with. It's very quick. We've got people in different time zones chiming in. We've got Santino over in San Diego. We've got Dave Santos and Mike Hardorf and Mike Diamore, Jesse and Ruby. I mean, they all start. If you saw the background, if I could list out all the people who are working hard behind the scenes to spread the news, you'd be amazed. And as you said earlier in the opening, it's because Pat is such a wonderful guy and everybody wants to help him.
How long have you known Pat? And I know that in the businesses that you've operated, you've owned more than one, club/restaurant over the years and everything like that. And Pat has always been like a featured performer at those and everything. But your friendship with him goes far beyond just like superficial. Okay, well, he gigs at my business. You guys are actually good friends.
Well, as you know, I've known Pat, but Pat hasn't known me before that. So I've known Pat for a long time, just as an observer of his music and a fan. But we got to know each other in 2005 when I opened up House of Brutus, and he was our marquee performer for our jazz night. And after that, we became very, very good friends, mainly because we saw a lot of things very similar to each other in terms of the arts and life in general. He's a soul partner. He's a soul brother for me. And everybody calls him Uncle Pat, but for me, I'm just old enough to be able to call him maybe brother too. So we are pretty close. And when he reached out about a month ago, so we knew this about a month ago, and but he wasn't sure exactly the diagnosis. His doctor had told him that he may have cancer. He needs to check it out, and he's been told a couple of months and maybe even a year before that in his annual checkups. But like most of us, we need that prodding. We need to be told go get this taken care of. Mainly because we don't like our bodies to be intruded. We don't want the thought of having to go to a doctor, getting surgery, seeing us vulnerable, right? And
it's scary because one of the reasons why most people don't go and get checked is because you're so afraid of like, what if they say they give you the answer that you never want to hear, and people just avoid it for that reason.
Yeah, and no different for Pat. And so last month his doctor says, hey, if you don't take care of this, you better start planning for planning for the end. And I think that jolted Pat enough to say, okay, let me go through it. And sure enough, he did have, he was confirmed to have cancer. And then, so once he reached out and said, hey, I'm not prepared for the medical expenses and so forth. And he was just a lot of uncertainty because this is just thrusted upon him. So I said, okay, Pat, you worry about getting your doctors and so forth, get that together. I'll put the team together to help you raise the funds that you might need for medical treatment. And not just the medical treatment, he doesn't live out in California. So, he's got transportation expense, he's got housing expense, he's got, he has to pretty much eat out unless he's staying at a relative's house. And many of the relatives that he lives with are about 60 to 70 miles away from the hospital. So a daily commute doesn't really work, So these are all these components. And then even after surgery, you've got the healing period. You don't get to work. You don't get to do anything. So it's an expensive ordeal for anyone. But if anyone deserves the community's help, it's Pat, because I think for like the last 30, 40 years, he's been giving nonstop to charities with his talent.
Exactly. I was going to say, if anybody that has had the privilege of knowing Pat Palomo would say that, like, if you ever reached out to him to say, we've got a fundraiser for someone in our community, he's the first man up. And he's like, where do you need me, when, and what can I do?
Yeah. So I think that everything he's getting today and continuing to get is a testament to kind of a lifetime of giving. And this is why he's getting the results that he's getting,
Cause I know you initially said when you made the GoFundMe page, which, by the way, Link family, it is in our comment stream right now. So if you would like to make a donation to Patrick Palomo, please, we implore you to consider making any sort of monetary donation. It's certainly going to help a very, very good friend to one and all once again. So that's your GoFundMe page. But I know, Kaz, you initially set a fundraising goal of $25,000.
That's right.
I think when I was working on a story yesterday, when I was looking at it, it had already far eclipsed 25, and it was already like 31. Where are we right now?
Yeah, so we set a goal of 25,000 the night before Pat left to Honolulu on his way to Los Angeles for treatment. And I told him at the closing of it, when I pressed send, I said, okay, are you okay with everything here? Once it's sent, it's sent. So, boom. And the next morning, we were already close to halfway there. And by the afternoon, we had surpassed the initial goal of 25. And people had asked me if I'm going to close it because they hadn't gotten around to it. I said, no, I'm going to leave it open, but I'm not going to adjust the goal because I want people to feel the victory along with Pat, and reaching a goal is so important for anybody. And for the donors who came in prior to us reaching the goal of them, the early adopters, the people that came in early and did it, I want them to feel good that they were part of that first 25 club. And then I want the people after the 25 club to feel good that they're smashing the goal, right? And so it's good for everybody to keep what it is there. And we're at 45,000 and counting. And this doesn't include some of the direct donations we're receiving via check. Just out of privacy for some of the people that have donated, and some of them donated fairly large amounts. I won't mention them here, but yeah, they've been very generous and very kind, and all they want is Pat to get well so that he can go back to teaching the kids at Mount Carmel music and influencing this next generations of children with his love of music and his love of spirit and just being a really, really
well. We've
awesome
got a donation on
human.
behalf of us here at the link at KUM cause coming your way as soon as we wrap up this interview. So that being said,
that's awesome.
Is there any final words? And I do have the clip that Pat had put together, asking humbly. And I mean, again, if you know Pat, his character, he would never actively go out and solicit, from someone. And he's basically saying, he's like, first and foremost, would you mind sending me prayers? Because I really, really need that. Like first and foremost, he was just asking for people to keep him in his thoughts and everything. So your final thoughts before we hear Pat in his own words.
Yeah, absolutely. And I won't be the spoiler on that video, so show that. But yeah, he basically told me, cause I really don't feel, like I want to ask the money. It's so embarrassing. I said, Pat, it's okay to ask for help from time to time. You've helped so many people. It's okay. The people will understand. But just a real quick medical update. He did land safely in Los Angeles as of 1 o'clock yesterday, and one of his prodigies, one of his ones that he's mentored, Nate Titano's taking care of him. So everybody feel rest assured that he's got one of our best, taking Uncle Pat around to CVS and getting him all situated and making the comforts of home over there.
All right.
And
so guys,
again,
do you know difficult for me to say right now because we're so close to him, but do you know the nature of his cancer and what stage is he right now? What have the doctor said?
So he's got the doctors have said, he's 66, so he's not an old man, he's not a young buck, he's just in that vulnerable area where anything can happen. But Pat's blessing has been he's lived a healthy life, he's exercised continuously, and he's a fit and strong person. He's always on the go. He's a therapist himself. He helps Manumcos with their physical therapy. So that's really been a blessing for him. The doctors have said that should the medical treatment, which includes some robotics over at USC Hospital, if that goes well, then he should have a full recovery. So, this is great news, but it shouldn't lull us to sleep with helping him. Just because he will recover doesn't mean we don't give to him, because it's because he will recover that he's going to need the money and help, because the financial stress will be probably that's going to be more detrimental than any cancer, for a recovery patient, because they have all this expense and the stress of handling that will make them sick, that in itself. So please keep giving and keep sharing. And like Pat would say, if you can't give, it's okay. He just wants your prayers.
All right. So guys, thank you for embodying the spirit of Inafa Maulig and doing what you can to take care of our people,
Hey,
especially someone who means so very much to all of us.
Not a problem, and thanks to you guys for reaching out and giving me a platform to spread the word. Thank you.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, Kazendo, once again, who organized the GoFundMe campaign, which you can find in our comment stream. We'll share it a couple other times just so you can go there and help somebody. But now, in his own words, a beloved dear friend, beloved jazz pianist in our island, and someone who desperately needs our help right now, Pat Palomo.
Afe day and hello. I'm Patrick Palomo. I'm a jazz pianist and songwriter from the village of PD, Guam. I'm headed off island for medical treatment to get better. My plan is to beat cancer. I will beat it and come back so I can help others beat it too. I kindly ask for your help with prayers and perhaps a donation to assist me with unexpected expense of cancer treatment I'm about to take on. Also, I would like to encourage everyone watching to get yourself a cancer screening. Ask your doctor for advice and get tested. A negative result for you will be music to my ears. Thank you, God bless you. Sandongkulu na si Zeus Masi.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Hey you, what if I told you that scanning this box could give you access to any food you're craving, delivered to you hot, fast, and safely without crazy fees? Go ahead, try it. You won't be disappointed. Make the dash to Uno Go, uno-go.com, or download the app at your app store.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m., to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital. We got your 6.
Dog. Did you get her? Oh, come on, Mom. Did you?
Seven 41. Good morning. The State of the Island reaction show. Thank you, Cosendo. It was a great interview with Jason. So coming up, we've got the Democratic Party Chair, Sarah Thomas Nettie Dog. I think Senator Tony Atta is the GOP Vice Chair will be also jumping on. Phil Flores, Senator Joanne Brown, Senator Jim Moylan. I did put out the ask to Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes to come on just to kind of offer a little, more bipartisanship. Also, Senator Joe San Augustine. I don't know, Senator San Augustine. I got to check my phone because I've been messaging him for like a month about coming on the show, and I never get in. Did he change his number?
I have no idea. He's probably working on the budget.
Maybe, right. Okay. 7:43. So let's head into the Zoom room, the KUAM News Zoom room. Ni Tafen Zoom. We have Republican Senator and Public Menace number 2, Senator Chris Duenas, with his pesky end and amend, extend the public health emergency bill that was vetoed, by the way. And then Senator Sabina Perez, a Democrat, who's the Environment, Revenue Tax, Procurement, and Labor Chair. Senator, we'll start with you, Senator Sabina. The governor kind of dropped the UI thing in the legislature's lap. What did you make of that? And then I guess if you just want to run round robin on your committees, were you satisfied with the mentions that they got during the speech? Did you find it lacking? Just your takeaways in general, Senator.
Sure, yeah. Good morning, Christina and KUAM. So yeah, first of all, definitely the executive branch was the focus of last night's State of the Island address. And, rightfully so, because they had to implement several federal programs attached to the $1 billion that was sent to Guam, approximately $1 billion. And yeah, definitely there was a special mention given to Director Dave Delasola, who actually, put together the first unemployment program for Guam. And with the little resources that he has, was able to do it successfully. And also a special mention was given to DRT for implementing the EIP programs and the other programs that were mandated through the legislature, the Zudum and GAFA program. And then, yeah, so that definitely a lot of hats off given to the executive branch, and including, as far as the unemployment insurance goes, it's interesting how a lot of I do support many of the initiatives that she mentioned last night, but there wasn't much details. And I think really it's important to know what those details are and to make sure that, there's fairness in how these things are implemented. And again, as the legislature always, demands is transparency. And I think that's key moving forward to ensure that, it's equitable, the distribution is equitable, development, social workforce development is equitable. And, that's what I'm looking for.
Well, it sounds like you're saying there's missing on the fine print, the details, right?
Yes, and yeah, it looks like a lot of things are cooking, right? So from healthcare, universal healthcare, this workforce diversification, which interests me greatly. Workforce development. Those are things that are under my committees, and I'm really looking forward to hearing and seeing how these things are going to be implemented.
Senator, though you are a former teacher, one thing I didn't hear a whole lot about, and you talked about, the accolades for the Department of Administration, the shout outs to the Department of Labor. But for me, like I said, I didn't hear a whole lot about education in the speech. And what I also didn't hear was a shout out to all the teachers for what they had to do, and not just public school teachers, private school teachers as well, in terms of keeping our children, educated, online learning, distance learning. This is something that they've really never had to do before at this level. And so I don't know, as a former teacher, do you feel that maybe they should have been included? John Fernandez, the Juan Flores's, the Harvest Christian Academy, everything they've been through?
Yeah, that's a keen observation, and yes, definitely they've been through a lot, and I think that's one of the things about teachers is they're very quiet. They basically follow what's mandated, and it's a lot of hardship. You're right, and that should be recognized and appreciated. And considering too, I think the population that they're dealing with is not vaccinated. That is a potential issue. I know there are talks with the larger pharmaceutical companies, or at least clinical trials being implemented to cover that gap. But I think, yes, it kind of points to the fact that we're not out of the woods completely, right? We are improving leaps and bounds with our CAR score and vaccinations, and a decrease in mortality, thankfully. But yeah, we can't be complacent, that's for sure. And yes, this is a population that needs more a voice and more.
I'm sorry, but I don't even want to get started about the Salvation Army or Catholic Social.
Yeah, I tweeted out a drinking game because I see like a lot of younger people on Twitter that do this thing like drinking game, and so I was like, drinking game, take a shot every time the governor says I or my. And I felt like that was it was like, okay, look, you're really breaking your arms, patting yourself on the back here, but you didn't do it alone. And I feel like one of the takeaways this morning and just talking to people, I wake up, I get a lot of messages. People felt like there were a lot of folks who were just left out, who were not mentioned. I mean, Delegate St. Nicholas, I'm not the biggest fan of his, but they didn't even mention his name. Mayor's Council of Guam. These guys worked hard during this pandemic. And so it was a lot of like, I did this and I did that and I told them to do this and I and my administration and me. And it was just really with the use of the pronouns. You know what I mean? I feel like it was just a soft touch to call it maybe like our administration instead of my administration. It just pleases the ear a little bit more. And then the senators, I didn't feel like you guys got any love either, Senator Duenas.
Well, he ain't getting any love.
Good morning, Chris and Bree and Jason, and prayers to our good friend Pat Palomo. And I'm gonna try to get some resources his way as well. That's gone viral, and thanks to Cosendo and all that effort. He played for a couple of my fundraising events, and of course he's always a hit. But yeah, I didn't expect any love, just being me. But it wouldn't be a good Republican response. And by the way, I love working with my good colleague, Senator Sabina. I think she's a very dynamic woman, and we have a lot of agreement on certain things. But yeah, it wouldn't be a good Republican response if I didn't do a little fact checking first. To open the speech with tax refunds being paid on time, that was the signature program under Governor Calvo, who solved that problem, and also the court order. So, I think just talking about credit, just a little credit where credit's due. Also on the mental health issue, shout out once again to Ray Vega and Benny Panala. They actually were the ones under the Calvo administration who got us out of the consent decree. I think the governor received the final letter maybe from the federal government, but the fact of the matter is that was the work of Ray Vega and Benny Panaula. So, I will give accolades where accolades are due. And so just a little fact checking on that. Kind of interesting that, there was $1.7 billion as reported in last week's SES, by BBMR and other officials from the administration that has come in thus far. And of course, I want to lead to the fact that if I'm going what I liked and what I didn't like about the speech, I thought that the review of COVID was appropriate. I think our frontliners and our heroes that that did a good job deserve all the credit. I was actually happy that there was a mention that the people of Guam, did this, because that's the truth. The people of Guam were the ones who got us out of this pandemic, who played by the rules, and the businesses mitigated by the rules, and that's why we are where we are. I thought some of the big ticket items, it's going to require a lot of heavy lifting. The issues of unemployment insurance, the issues of healthcare for all. Those are big ticket items that the governor is going to absolutely have to send those proposals down to the legislature. I really heard from the governor that maybe they're going to do a lot of bill writing down in Adelup, because they challenged us to introduce a bill with regard to the sunset provision on the the taxes being at the lower rate for small businesses. Talk about credit once again. One of the things that jumped out of my mind was the building of Simon Sanchez High School was because the legislature, unfortunately there was procurement problems prior, and the legislature passed a bill to pass that on to the superintendent, John Fernandez, as well as the Board of Education. And everywhere that Simon Sanchez is right now, from what I understand, has been the great work of the folks over Department of Education. So I want to give them a shout out. And so just moving right along, my fundamental takeaway was two things. One is it was very light on public safety. Healthcare was covered well, I think. But in my final analysis, I have to say that it was generally a report card. A lot of things that have already been started in the government of Guam that are continuing on, and good to hear, but way inadequate when it came to what are we going to do with that $661 million. And so that's my fundamental takeaway from the speech, lacking in a lot of areas.
Senator Sabina?
I think that there are definitely details that need to be delivered. In regards to the comment about bill writing, I think that's an interesting observation. One of the bills that was mentioned was sponsored by Senator Shelton, was the Women Set Aside, and I think that's I'm just questioning about how they're going to work with the legislature. Who's going to be, spearheading a lot of these legislations, who's going to end up sponsoring these legislations. I think too that, regarding that bill, there, as a procurement bill, there are some issues that I have with it. I do support, providing incentives for women, but the way this is written, it would give them the upper hand. And, for me, I always want to look out and see, where there could potentially be abuses, right, in procurement. So I think this is something that needs to be looked at, whatever bills come down, that, my job is to make sure that there is fairness and in any of the bills that come down. So that's one thought I have with that.
What about, do you agree with Senator Duenas that the governor was kind of light on details and specifics regarding the plan for the $661 million we're anticipated to receive?
Yes, I don't recall it being mentioned, in fact. So
is that the very end?
Okay, so I think that definitely would require more oversight, and I think it's important because there are talks in the national government that this may be we may not have these continuing subsidies and federal aid, and we really must make every federal dollar count and leverage those dollars to provide more of a circular economy, sustainable economy. What I mean by that is that the money coming through has a multiplier effect. And I think it's great that we are diversifying our economy. I think that's great. We need to do that. But I think, it'd be, in my mind, I think what would be helpful is to have more of a detailed plan on how this is going to become a more economically sustainable economy. And I think too, when we focus on the economy, I would like to also ensure that the environment is being protected as well. That we're not compromising it. Mm-hmm. And so really kind of integrating those two things is important. Mm-hmm. I think as far as public safety, I think there, in a way, it was sort of said that we do have work to do, considering drug addiction, suicide, right? Those are all issues that have hampered our community for a long time. And I think, there is recognition that these issues must be dealt with and addressed. And so, I think, again, the details in the plan, it's important to I guess, learn what those are if we're going to implement them holistically and successfully.
Yeah, I mean, if we had a real public safety chair, it'd be cool to get some comments on how light that speech was for public safety. I think it was like 6 sentences.
That was just for 6 sentences.
What do you guys think? Crime is down? I couldn't believe that. I had a hard time believing there was what they said. Reported crime is down when compared to 2019. Was that the wording of that?
I believe it was 2019.
Yeah.
I'd like to review the stats on that.
Maybe they were holding it upside down, Senator. He's like turning. Yeah, it's actually up 15%. Gotcha. Okay.
I don't think that the people in the community share that sentiment, and so a couple of things stand out once again about this. I think I heard Sean Gumatato talking about this earlier. If there's this seizure of 117 or whatever pounds of meth, I mean, just how much more has made it through, because we know, and let's call it again, like you said, Chris, it is an epidemic of immense proportions. And so a whole bunch more of that evil drug, has to be making it through, and double and triple efforts need to be done. I found interest in the talk about converting the former cottage homes under Department of Youth Affairs in Talofofo into a treatment center. Not that I'm against that, but I was the director when we refurbished that property, and I think it's actually sad that it's no longer the cottage homes. But that the male and female dormitories, as well as the center point there, which is a common area, I think there's, as I remember, maybe 8 or 10 beds in each one of those units, and those are bunk beds for children. So there's really only like two or three rooms per building. I don't know what kind of capacity that would build, but I certainly understand the surrounding property is beautiful. I mean, the kids used to farm down there. They grew a lot of vegetables, and of course, just the area is absolutely beautiful. Talofofo is a beautiful village, and it's nice property. So I'm not saying it can't be done, but I think we're going to have to maybe look at that decision. But we'll see. I found it interesting. I don't know like I said, what kind of capacity would be there, but I think we're going to need, even more than that when it comes to treatment. I think right now we see a lot of our former addicts, in some of the media going out and talking about their experiences and how they had to recover and what it took. And I think it's going to take a lot more than refurbishing cottage homes, but maybe a good start. But I think we should talk to the people of Talofofo and others about that going forward. But yeah, those were some of my takeaways. But yeah, in terms of public safety, the officers brought on board. I would have to say that the number of officers discussed must span all of public safety, because I know that we don't see anywhere near those amount of police officers on our streets and vehicles. So yeah, maybe inclusive of customs and other agencies, which they're all needed. Don't get me wrong, but men in blue men and women in blue on the street is sorely needed. I mean, it's just like almost every pullover, it seems like, and this is the issue on crime, right? Yeah. With a defective vehicle, turns up weapons, guns, and money.
Right.
Drugs. I mean, guns, drugs, and money. So we've got a problem, and I think it deserved more than 45 seconds in this piece.
Right. And I'm glad you mentioned the Department of Youth Affairs, because that really, I saw that as a missed opportunity to kind of highlight what Melanie Brennan has been doing over at DYA. I mean, in terms of like some of the projects that she actually came on the show, and she was talking about some of the programs for youth and giving them opportunities, so that DYA isn't seen as like a starter, what did you say, school for the Department of Corrections. And then also how she has also been tasked with cleaning up the backlog of cases.
CPS.
Right.
There's something that wasn't mentioned.
Services. Yeah. Kind of surprised, because the governor did declare, CPS in the state.
I mean, that's not really something you want to put in your speech. Like, I declared a state of emergency because no one was checking on the abused kids.
But highlighting what's being done, though.
Yeah.
To help.
Turn it into a win or something, a positive, right?
Yeah, that kind of got me too. First of all, Mel is doing a really good job over there, and the courts also. That's been not spoken about enough. The courts' relationship with Department of Youth Affairs and her being there, I think is one of the standouts in terms of decisions of this administration. But it doesn't surprise me that Mel and her team stepped up to the plate, because the social workers over and the treatment team over at DYA, from the youth centers to over at the main compound itself, are absolutely stellar, well trained, and it wasn't a surprise when all that backlog from public health was being experienced with regard to case management. I knew right away that they would be absolutely capable of doing it, and so, as you said, once again, as we give the accolades in the after party, if you will, major kudos to DYA and their team in partnering with mental health or with public health and getting those case management things to the forefront and taking care of our children.
Senator Sabina, closing points, and then we'll throw it back to you, Senator Duenas, before we move along here.
Yes, thank you. So one thing I've noticed, sitting on many of these nomination hearings, is that a lot of the people that get nominated are Christians, and they have a good background, and I think that really showed when it came to the pandemic. Who would have thought when they were nominated and took that position that they would be dealing with these huge issues, and they survived and they were resilient. And really, I want to thank many of the the agency heads and all of the frontliners and all the staff that pulled through out of just sheer focus. There was no playbook for this, and we really had to dig deep to fight this. I mean, we're dealing with a pandemic. This is something that was impacting our survival. Just a year ago, people were scared. We didn't know what to do. And, look at a year later, look at us today. We've become stronger out of it. Of course, my thoughts and condolences to those that have suffered from it. But, a year back, looking a year back, we were facing, one of the biggest threats to our community, and we were resilient. And I think that, with that same intent and, same perspective, we can, rebuild Guam to become sustainable and self-sufficient. And I know this is going to take a lot of effort and community involvement, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, let me get in here. Viewers on KUAM TV, thanks for jamming with us on this Tuesday morning. There's a whole lot of great programming coming up. You can jump on our Facebook Live feed, or, of course, right here on the radio for the simulcast of The Link. We're KUAM FM, Agatni, Guam. KUAM TV, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Estadios! And we're back unpacking the State of the Island address with Senators Sabina Perez, Senator Chris Duenas. Sabrina?
Yeah, I wanted to get your thoughts on the governor's announcement on her plans for the digital transformation of the online business permitting, I believe, and licensing, and her announcement that she was appointing former Governor Carl Gutierrez
as the permit czar.
Right, and this is on top of another major undertaking that he is been tasked with is the GVB president. I mean, rebuilding tourism.
Might as well make him lieutenant governor.
Right, and I'm just wondering, is there no one else? I mean, they have a deputy director over there. I mean,
permit czar. We're running low on ideas. What is a permit czar? Sorry, guys. I just
so
said that.
what are your thoughts of Senator Sabina, since this is Reverend Tex is under your oversight?
Well, I think it's important whenever they appoint somebody for a special project, that means that they're prioritizing something like this. And I know this is one of the initiatives that the governor had at the beginning. That was a huge problem with the businesses, is that there was so much red tape when it came to permitting. And I know there was a task force that was associated with, so perhaps by appointing the czar, this may put things more in motion to ensure that permitting is done more expeditiously. But again, I just do want to kind of caution that, I want to make sure that that we are not skirting any environmental issue, regulatory, oversight as well. I think that what's important to note is that fast tracking permitting, or at least making it more smooth. We're not skirting any regulatory rules and regulations.
Senator Duenas?
So once again, just to prove that I'm fair, it's accolade time again. I think Daphne's done an amazing job up at Rev Tax, and I think that the online services, I have used them. They're very, very efficient. Business license, working on driver's license now. They've worked hard over there. So definitely, I think they paved the way to through this COVID to say, hey folks, don't line up at 4 a.m. anymore in front of Rev Tax. Join us online and we can get things done. Governor Gutierrez and Jerry Perez, I got to say once again, have really moved forward, and I think they pushed along the governor on a lot of issues to get Guam open and to start preparing for tourism. Collateral duty for the governor again, yeah, I guess. But the thing is that my experience consistently over the years with the issue of one-stop, whether it's digitization and doing more online, is really, it also is the manpower that's dedicated to the one-stop. Some days you'll go in there and maybe rightly so, they can't have that fireman there that day to clear that, land management, maybe they're backlogged on application review and they can't have their person that day. So a lot of the issue really is, making sure those stations are fully manned and efficient about getting, both permits and, and licensure through. I just think a lot of stuff, like my good friend from education, Vince Leon Guerrero, used to say, if you do any program with fidelity, you'll get it done. And so Azar, maybe, but I think it's just about us, getting the job done. And of course, and technology is always going to play a big part.
I mean, I don't know what's with the whole czar thing. I mean, it's Mestomora. Why are we celebrating the Russians? How about like the Megalahi of czar, the permit Megalahi?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, thank you, Senator Sabina, Senator Duenas. We got to run along here. Definitely appreciate your input.
All right. Thanks a lot. Just in closing, real quick, everything she talked about requires the legislature. So come down and work with us. We want to work with you.
Senator Sabina?
Yeah, I think that's a good closing statement. Definitely would like to see how we can collaborate and work together to make a stronger Guam.
There you go. 8:09.
Stay safe.
It's Tuesday, March 9th, 2021. Quick break. We're coming back with we're going to knock out the sponsored segment with our friends over at AMC and Jason Solis. and then we'll get right back into the reacts for the State of the Island address. Coming up, we have the Democrat Party Chair, Sarah Thomas Netty Dog. We've also got the GOP Vice Chair, Senator Tony Atta. We'll also be joined by Senator Jim Moylan and Senator Joanne Brown, and also former Republican Chair Phil Flores. Again, put out the ask for Vice Speaker Tina Muñoz-Barnes, Senator Joseph Augustine also to come on and discuss the state of the island. However, I don't believe they're going to make it this morning, so we'll make do with what we have. All right, it's 8:11. We're back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
All right, everyone. Uno Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Half a day, everybody. The Link continues right here on a Tuesday, and this is our Here's to Your Health segment where we tell you how you can take care of the temple that is your body.
Here's
how you
to
can
Your
make sure
Health
that you honor
is
the gift that
presented
God
by
has given
American
you.
Medical
And we
Center.
have two gentlemen here who are going to educate you on how to do just that, and especially gentlemen. First of all, thank you for joining us, Dr. Lennon Campus. Good to see you, Doc. Okay, so I wanted to just talk real briefly about the fact that, sports has returned, especially at the high school level. Student athletes are now doing cross country. There's boys and girls volleyball. There's beach volleyball. There's indoor volleyball. Everybody keeps asking, what about, more contact sports? That is assumedly down the road. But boys, I just wanted to kind of talk about what advice you are giving to existing clients and maybe people just listening right now on our show about what young people can do to take care of their bodies as they head back into competition. Because for a lot of people and a lot of young people we've talked to, they said, I didn't have my normal training regiment and I'm so excited and I'm so jazzed to get back into it. We don't want young people to go out there and get hurt. So what are you recommending to young athletes to make sure that they stay in playing form without injuring themselves?
Yeah, good morning, Jason, and everybody else out there. So we had a year off from school and sports and things like that. We told people to stay inside. I saw a lot of people on their social media doing a lot of home workouts and things like that, which I think was great to keep them in a maintenance program. But going into the season of play, starting with baseball and things like that and volleyball right now, we really want to make sure they're doing a pretty good dynamic warm-ups. Even though they have been working out and doing some light workouts at home, it doesn't give the loading that we really need in these high levels of play. So really recommending some dynamic warm-ups over some static stretching. And then simple things like injury prevention programs. Soccer, has the FIFA 11 Plus program. There's baseball programs out there. They're really aimed at preventing injury. They're meant to be easy. You do them maybe 15, 20 minutes before practice, 3 times a week. And they've shown a really good data on preventing injuries, reducing ACL tears, ligamentous injuries, and things like that. So getting some sort of injury prevention program going is a good idea right now. And then again, dynamic warm-ups, definitely dynamic warm-up to get those tendons and ligaments and muscles all ready to get into action is a good strategy too.
All right, that's a good word. But JD, I want to throw it over to you now, because a lot of people just assume that, physical therapy is the end game, and only if you're hurt do you need to get physical therapy. But it is actually preventative maintenance.
Indeed, it's important to realize that your body is a system, and it needs more than just exercise. It needs the proper nutrition and mental work, emotional regulation skills and things like that, just before you even step on the field and expect to perform at your best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so guys, I brought up, the fact of high school sports, and because, so much of Guam, we love athletic competition, and, like student athletes couldn't wait to get back, and, they've been on Zoom for the last year. Now they want to get back on the court, back on the field, back on the beach. But when we talk about the sports that are now in play, tennis, again, the two types of volleyball, cross country, we're talking about ankles, shoulders, backs, knees, possible, hamstrings. So, Dr. Campos, you were mentioning some, dynamic stretches. What are things that people can do, even, in the comfort of their own home, and even if they're still doing remote distance learning and everything, like how can they actually stretch without overstretching?
Yeah, so the body's pretty good about telling you when you're overstretching. You'd have a pretty good pain mechanism there, pain generated. So, I always tell people no one has proven a painful stretch or painful foam rolling or painful massage is better than non-painful. There are results in both sides. You don't need to take it to an extreme where you're getting pain with these things. They're really meant to do over time. Don't think of it like a sprint and you're gonna stretch out and you'll be good so quick. You want to make it a part of your daily routine. But I like to start my clients up with some front kicks to stretch out the hamstrings, some butt kicks to get the quads, some hip circles, some toe and heel walking to get the calves going. And really what we're doing, and then you could throw in some lunges, some calisthenics like jumping jacks. And really all you're doing is you're quickly loading the tendon and the muscles to loosen them up and get blood flowing in there. So those are all pretty safe things you can do. Usually I do about 20 to 30 seconds of each of those moves here in the office as part of our warm up after we get someone on a bike or something like that before we see them for treatment.
Okay, and then Jay, maybe final question to you is, can you maybe demystify a common misconception is a lot of people get told, again, when we're playing at the high school level, that they say, do not stretch a cold muscle. You should run around at least like 3 or 4 laps around the basketball court before you stretch, because the worst thing you can do is actually try and do some calisthenics and everything like that. And if your muscles aren't already warmed up and conditioned, you could be doing more harm than hurt. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, I would say there is truth. Nothing has shown stretching static cold muscles or static stretching will reduce any injuries. It hasn't been shown at all. So a dynamic warm-up has gone along a lot more further in reducing that. Second, static stretching and foam rolling actually have shown to inhibit the muscle for a short period of time after. So it's not necessarily something you want to do right before you play, because it's just going to decrease your performance when you play. So again, a dynamic stretch, some big front kicks, back kicks, hip circles. It won't inhibit the muscle. You'll stay nice and strong and ready to perform.
All right. Well, real quick before we let you go, guys, New Gen Physical Therapy, can you let people know where they can find you online and on social media so people can check you out?
You can find us at newgen.gu online, and that's our Facebook tag as well. But we always talk about the kids and the sports in schools, but let's not forget our Manumku. We had them locked up for a year, and now that they're all vaccinated and getting out there, we have tons of fall prevention programs, bounce programs to keep the quality of life going.
Excellent.
Here we have our Silver Streaks program and things like that. So let's not forget about the other end of the spectrum. We want to make sure their quality of life is even better. We want to make up for the year that we kept them in. So look out for those types of programs as well.
Okay, well, tell you what, when I get you on next week, I would love to talk about how we can encourage Manumko for those of us who are caregivers, to take care of our beloved elderly. So let's table that for next week. So boys, thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, and we appreciate the knowledge.
Yeah, it's great talking with you guys.
All right. Please stay tuned. The link will continue
Here's
right
to
here
Your
on
Health
KUAM.
is presented by American Medical Center.
Howdy, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders
Uno
here.
Go has arrived and is here to deliver you food from your favorite restaurant in a safe, reliable, and fast way. Choose from a variety of restaurants island-wide and track your orders in real time with quick deliveries whenever your cravings kick in. Plus, sanitized vehicles, reliable drivers, and safety seals for your peace of mind. Make the dash to Uno Go. Visit uno-go.com or download the app at the App Store or Google Play. Uno Go, delivering Guam on demand.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
3.9 FM.
Good morning. Thank you. Your morning show czars, Chris and Sabrina, Jason Salas here on the link. Is czar, is that both male and female? I don't know. It is now. It is now. That's right. Good morning. It's brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Carrier for all my aircon babies out there. Good morning, 647 Cool. You guys ready to party? Political party. We have the Democratic Party chair, Sarah Thomas Nutty Dog, joined by Senator Tony Atta, who real quick, Senator, you're the vice chair, right?
I'm the former chair, so I'm the immediate past chairman.
That works for me. Right on. He's the former. So Juan Carlos is on the plane, and there were concerns about whether or not the Wi-Fi was strong enough to get him on the Zoom. So thank you for coming on, Senator. Sarah, thanks. Good morning.
Good morning.
And we'll just go with ladies first. Sarah, we saw the press release from the Democrat Party, RE, the governor's State of the Island address. Bree, what did it say? Something about Anafa Maulik?
The spirit of Anafa Maulik thrives, I believe is what it was titled. And then it went into a recap of the speech.
Right on. So obviously, Sarah, you guys were pleased with the governor's address last night, right?
Absolutely. I thought it was nothing short of being incredible. I think she was very comprehensive. She covered a lot of the areas, and I think she spoke well to all the different sectors of our community, the nonprofits, business. She referred to what was going on with the federal government, the local government. And I think that was important. It was important for our people to hear what has been going on in case they don't know, they don't feel anything different from a year ago. What were some of the highlights of 2020? And so I know for me as a person in the field of human services and as a mother and a grandmother and just a resident of Guam, I felt inspired. I felt consoled. I felt like, things are happening, things are moving forward. I felt more optimistic after listening to her last night, even though I'm very close to the administration and of course the party chair. I really did feel like it was communicated quite well and that there was greater camaraderie within the different sectors in our community than I had thought maybe from a year ago. So that was a good thing. So that's my initial feedback and reaction to last night's address.
Senator Ada.
Hi, good morning, Sarah. Good morning, Chris, Bree, and everyone. I think the state of the island, I think the governor actually missed an opportunity to address the people moving forward. I think when we look at the State of the Island address, she could have touched on what has happened this past year, but I think she should have really focused and concentrated on what she plans to do this coming year, because people are looking for hope. They want to be optimistic, but they need that hope to ensure that they'll be able to provide for their families, be able to have a job, be able to put food on the table, be able to put gas in their cars. And I think the governor could have actually focused on what she plans to do. I mean, when you look at what we have coming in, all the federal stimulus monies that came in over the past several months has helped our island move forward. If you were listening to the SCS hearing we had the other day, Lester Carlson said it best that had it not been for the federal monies coming in, our government would be in peril. So, we need to give hope and that optimism of what's coming, not what we have been through, because everyone has known what we've been through. They felt it. They felt it in their homes. They felt it in their pocketbooks. They felt it in their jobs. So I think that she really missed that opportunity to move forward the agenda on how she's going to bring our economy back to where it was pre-pandemic times.
What is your response to that, Sarah? Do you feel that it really should have been a year in review or looking at a year forward?
I think she did both, Senator, and those that are listening today. I think she did both. She did a review, and if you recall some of the highlights, she talked about what was going to be different with business licenses. She talked about the new hospital. She talked about things that are going to happen this year and going forward. So, I mean, for me, I thought she did a pretty good job talking about both. What happened last year? What were some of the things? And despite the pandemic, despite that we were in like a state of community paralysis, so to speak, I think there was some real action. There were some real things that were achieved with the federal government, local government, and just all the way around. So if you look around our community, we're doing quite well. We're opening up slowly. Look at the number of our cases, our CAR score. It's incredible. People from throughout the region that I communicate with and globally are just so amazed at how we were able to deal with the pandemic. I'm just glad that at this time in our history that we have someone that's a healthcare provider, a compassionate woman that has the knowledge and the ability to bring our community forward. I just can't think of anybody else that could have done a better job considering what we've gone through last year And as a business person, looking forward to how do we develop our economy this year and in the coming years as we come out of this pandemic very carefully. So it's a good balance of taking a look at healthcare and looking at our economy. And that's such an incredible feat when you think about it, balancing the health and welfare of our people and trying to stimulate and support the economy. So I'm just pleased that she's at the helm, and I think she has a pretty good handle on the way forward and next steps for Guam.
Well, it sounds like you guys watched two different speeches.
Yeah, maybe, huh?
What speech were you watching, Tony, Senator?
It was the same exact speech. Yes, this pandemic was, never seen before, right? In at least in my time, right? And 100 years was the last pandemic of this magnitude that's worldwide. So yeah, absolutely. We have to thank our frontliners, and that's what the governor did. Give praise to our frontliners and all those who made a difference in the lives and where we're at today. I think it was a collaborative effort between public and private sector because the private sector actually carried a lot of the weight. The government came out and did what they can, and the private sector picked up the slack. So it was an effort of both the public and private. And moving forward, that's what we need to do, is not just the public and private, but now the administration and the legislative branches working together to ensure that our people can move forward and have that hope that everybody looks for in the near future.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better, Senator Tony. You're right.
There was one part that I had to kind of chuckle at was when the governor was, because there was a part in her address where she was talking about the private sector, and she had mentioned that she had placed private sector leaders, I think, in her economic.
I'm not sure which part you're talking
economic working group or whatever. And so this is the group that when we had the members on, they were saying like, yeah, we haven't met in 2 months. So I thought that was a little interesting. And then I feel like in listening to the governor's speech, I was wondering, like, did we go through the same pandemic? Because she described a collaborative relationship with the private sector. And I want to say that we had so many private sector people on throughout the pandemic, and I don't know if they would agree that it was really collaborative. Senator Adam? Or anybody?
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think that when you look at what has happened this past year, I mean, I believe that there could have been a greater involvement of the private sector. The meetings and things like that, that's all in the hands of the government, right? And I think they could have been more transparent, more accountable during this pandemic time, especially when people were looking for leadership. Leadership should have been there for the people, but leadership was absent. I mean, yes, the pandemic, took toll on everyone, and we were going through it. We didn't know what to expect at the very onset of this pandemic. But as the months went on and everyone adapted to what is going on, they could have came out and started holding frequent meetings in our economy, in the economic stability of our island. And this talk should have been happening 6 months ago, and not when we're looking at opening up our economy in May, 2 months from now, right? So all this talk should have been happening months ago, because we need to ensure that when we move forward and we have a plan in place, which there is no plan in place, that it's going to go smoothly. I mean, when you look at when GVB came before us talking about tourism, and I asked the question, we're still at level 4. The CDC still recognizes Guam as level 4, no travel. How are we addressing that? And the last letter that was wrote to the CDC was in August of last year. So I think communication with the CDC should have been going out already, and I hope it has, because I brought that up about a week ago. So I hope that communication has went out to the CDC to address that issue.
You know, the bottom line is that we were in a state of crisis. We're coming out of it. And it's really every one of us that need to take the initiative to make resolutions, to make a contribution, to take care of ourselves, our health, our family, and our community. And so really, to me, the question is, what have each of us done? What have we done to contribute to that? I understand the governor provides the leadership for it. And I would say there's quite a bit. I'm just amazed at the people, the frontliners, but the people in the government that have continued to toe the line. And I think the relationship with the legislature in collaborating to deal with it. But, you know, we've got to ask ourselves, what have we done? What did we do? And I think that's important. Where were the ideas? Where were the contributions, you know, to helping our community come out of it? I mean, it's easy for us to, you know, sit back and say, you know, she didn't do this, she didn't do that. I get that. And there, I'm sure, are things that might have been missed. But there's quite a bit that has been done. And I ask everyone out there, you know, please reflect on what is it that we have done individually in our families and our organizations, and what is it that we're going to do? Because we cannot expect her to do all of it. I think we need to give her our ideas. And if you feel like your ideas have not been heard, I would suggest you put it out there. You make sure that your ideas for strategies for recovery for our island happen. It's not, no one person, no one entity or sector has all the answers to this unprecedented condition situation that we're all in. We've got to really get a grasp on that. This is really a critical moment in our history, and it's going to be telling about how we came together to really make an impact on our community. How did we get out of it? What's the stories that are going to be written about how we dealt with this pandemic?
Right on. Senator Ada, anything in closing here before we move on? We've got a few people behind you guys.
Yeah, well, you know, I hope that, you know, in the months coming, even in the weeks coming, as we approach the budget session, that, you know, we work together with the administration. And I think that's the goal of everyone, is to work together, because like Sarah said, not one person has all the ideas, and working together is the way we're going to be able to move forward. You know, we have $661 million coming in assistance. The president signs the bill. We have an additional, 57 million in EITC reimbursement. And how is it that we can work together to ensure that that money goes out to our people and boosting up our general fund? Because the pandemic funds, the federal government is only going to last for so long. And we need to start building up our general fund today and not wait until 6 months from now to build it up. We need to start today so that we can ensure that we have a healthy government come the next fiscal year.
Senator Ada, I did have a question for you, because this was actually a debate that went down here on the link pre-election. And, you know, the governor, during her address, she basically said one of the initiatives she wants to see is unemployment insurance. And it would be funded, I think, through low interest federal loans backed by what's owed to us in Compact Impact.
Oh, yeah. That was interesting.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, when you recall back in last year when we did talk about that, the Democrat majority controlled the legislature, and they controlled the administration. They could have done something since last year and not wait until this year. We could have started that process 9 months ago and see where we're at today. You know, moving forward, I'm open to listen to all sides, you know, but again, this is controlled by the Democrat majority and the Democrat administration. So, you know, where are we going to be at? Are they going to call us to the table because they already have 8 on their side so that we can give our input? Or is it just going to go down bipartisan, partisan party lines? So that's what we got to look at. And I hope that if they bring it up, that they call us to the table so that we can all sit down and look how we're all going to be able to benefit, not just the individual, but the government and also the private sector.
And Sarah, I just had one question for you because the governor did talk about homelessness, and you're obviously the head of.
Are you the homeless
OHAB.
czar?
You're the head of OHAB. She did mention the global dorms. 3 people were able to transition out through the wraparound services. I think 15 people are on deck next. But she did also mention a $3 million grant, I believe, from the Department of the Interior. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, there was monies received. I think we were just advised last week. So I'm going into meetings today to talk about that. So I don't have much information on that, but it is definitely going to go to shelters. And that's really important. For those of you that are familiar with the current situation, it's fine for now, but we need to look down the road and see what we could do to provide, a really fitting and appropriate facility for those who find themselves in a homeless situation. And the numbers are, have been 2,000, an estimated 2,000 over the years. And now it's estimated to be as high as 6,000. And these are individuals who are street homeless, but also those that live in severely substandard housing or in uninhabitable locations. So this is good news. The planning is in place now. We're looking at that. And I'll get back to you when I learn a little bit more about how we're going to expend that. But it comes at a good time and it's very needed. So thank you for bringing that up. We're excited about it.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the COVID silver linings is that we were finally able to kind of make a dent and forward progress on this homeless issue. So, Sarah, thank you, Senator Atta. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys.
You guys have a good day.
You too. You too. 8:42. Good morning. Let's keep it going here. We'll go back into the Zoom room where it's about to get wild. Like I said, full disclosure, I had asked Vice Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes to come on, also Democrat Senator Jose San Augustine, Senator Clint Rigel also. So I did put out the ask to the Democrats because I figured they want to come on with their pom-poms, and but it didn't happen. So it is what it is. Yeah, we're getting... we've got Senator Joanne Brown, a Minority Leader Senator James Moylan, and former Republican Party Chair Phil Flores. I guess we'll start with the Minority Leader. Good morning, Senator Joanne. Senator Jim, good morning. Oh, there. Yeah.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. Let's start with Senator Moylan. I saw you just put out a release.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. And I know that we tried to interview you last night on the scene of the speech, but the church bells went off. You said something like, I think those church bells are telling us what to think about, so I didn't really catch it, but I thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah, the question at that time, what they were asking me was about how marijuana would help our economy and where that money, the governor mentions particularly where she's going to invest that money, the first $50 million, and they wanted my opinion on that. And I said, well, why don't you just hear the church bells? I think it's giving us a strong ding-dong on that one. So I wasn't really in favor of that. So, but, there were other positive things, of course, that the governor did state with her address last night. And, I agree. The governor has to make some tough decisions, and that she did. She flattened the curve, and we're happy about that. And I got to give her credit. There's several positive statements I felt that was also in that speech last night. In particular is the ending the sunset provision for the small business, the Dave Santos Amendment. And she challenged us to do legislation on, and don't worry, Governor, that will be out there just hopefully by today. I'm going to take charge on that because that's important. I've been challenging, or I've been campaigning for the small businesses, and this I think is a good plus to help the small businesses. And then I was also quite enthusiastic when I heard the governor, former Governor Carl Gutierrez, is now the permit czar. That's wonderful. Going to take charge. Ta-da, right?
I wonder if he's going to wear one of those like Khabib hats.
Yeah,
What do you
so
think,
the
Bree?
music going
Are we
on.
going to get Uncle Carl a Khabib hat? You know, what do they call that, Bree? What do they call that hat that's like the... No help?
No
Okay.
help.
Okay. Go on, Senator. Sorry.
It's a pretty hat. But take charge of that permitting and licensing department. And since the 35th Guam Legislature, we've been talking about that. We're pushing for that. I wanted to do some changes on that too. The governor said she got that under control. And here we are again and still talking about it. But this time we had the permit czar. So I'm looking forward to that. This got to be the magic key. I'm also glad to hear about the homeless situation there. Chris, you were mentioning as well. And I've been trying to push for this for quite some time also. You know, we got a lot of needy families out there. And then we have a lot of unoccupied hotel rooms with $23 meals per day. I think we can do more with that investment too, and probably focus on the homeless as well. I've been asking for that, and let's see if that's going to change. But we're addressing it, and we're fortunate to have the federal funds to address it too. But what I was really hoping to hear was about the economic plan, and I didn't. I needed to hear the plan about how we're getting people back to work, and I didn't hear that. We had the potential of over $661 million, right? Much more than we had in the previous first round, but there is no real plans, and I was expecting to hear real plans on how these funds are going to be expended. You know, all I know is that the governor really doesn't want to be too transparent because of her strong opposition against Bill 11, and that's not done yet either. But you know, we can see where the legislature was not able to grasp on these expenditures of the $118 million, which is almost gone, and we still haven't seen a report for that either. Now,
whoa, Senator Moylan, we talked to Ed Byrne about that, and he said that it's on the governor's website. Just so you know.
Okay.
But, yeah.
All right. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks. I'm also waiting for.
Don't shoot the messenger. Okay.
No. Don't worry. But we need the plan. You know, we've been talking about this for quite some time. We knew what we did with the 118. So what are we going to do with the 661? Also, I was kind of a bit disappointed for the governor taking some sole credit for things I think has been worked on for quite some time. That, like, for example, the H-2B workers. You know, the Guam Chamber of Commerce took a really big interest in moving that forward. The Armed Forces Committee was instrumental about getting that done. They took many trips to DC to try to get this resolved, and they were very influential in doing so. We also, you know, where's the mention of the Congressman San Nicolas too? He was also did it.
It's like Voldemort.
Diligence on that too.
Senator, he's like Voldemort. If they say his name, he's going to pop up. So they don't say his name.
Yeah.
Don't say his name. Do not say Congressman San Nicolas' name. Don't speak it into existence.
But we need to. That's a great accomplishment, especially what he did with the EITC reimbursement, right? That relief package that is really going to be beneficial. You know, President Trump did great work with the initial CARES Act too, and inclusive of these vaccinations that we're now seeing, and more are coming in. Then I'm also disappointed the legislature didn't get credit as well. But you know, that's all up to the governor. I also think the governor failed to recognize important discussions about the drug epidemic on the island. You know, I had a conversation with her on one of my letters that wasn't responded to, but I got to talk to her on the phone regarding the drug situation and the incoming stuff through our mail system, and where our customs needs assistance to be able to look at not only international but domestic mail routinely. You know, it's nice that they can get these drug busts once in a while, but we know for every one that we get, there are several that are missed. So I think some more highlight should have been on that. But you know, there are several things I could have seen that were done different. But she did what she had to do, so we'll see. I'm looking forward though to working with the governor and my colleagues as well, and most especially the most important permit czar going on for further.
Senator Brown?
Oh, man. You guys are too much. You damn Republicans. Never happy. Senator Brown, you had a great release. That was a pretty good one. When did that come out? Was that last night?
Yes, last night.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it here in my email. Oh, here we go. I just wanted, there was one part that I thought was pretty nifty. It was when you talked about the hiring, right? Go ahead, Senator. Senator Joanne Brown, guys. Good morning, Senator.
Hi, good morning.
You don't need to read the statement,
I
Senator
don't.
Brown.
Yeah, she's right here.
Your
That's
thoughts
what,
on
go
the
for it,
governor's
yeah.
State of the Island address.
She's the czar of anti-corruption czar.
Well, overall, I mean, I can understand any administration, certainly for this current one, and the governor to want to use this forum of the State of the Island address to promote her agenda and what she believes she has accomplished and things of that nature. But I think with regards to the engagement with the legislature, I think real issues that are facing us with regards to our economy and where we're at, where we're going to be in the next year or so, and the realities of that, I think those are the kind of things that sometimes you just need to put those things out on the table so that we can have a very direct conversation about them. I mean, it's wonderful that we're getting all these federal funds. No one's arguing that we don't want those funds. It's what's keeping our economy afloat right now and keeping our people afloat. But it's an artificial economy, and it's one that's temporary. And while we, anticipate additional federal funds coming, what are we going to do after? And then where are we going to be, especially if our tourism industry is not rebounding and rebuilding, obviously at a level that's going to get us back to where we can sustain the cost and operations within our government. So I think those are some real realities that we're not touched on. The other factor is that while many of our people are still struggling out there, and yes, they're receiving federal money, they're looking forward to the next check, but that has its limits. You just don't see that sense of, do as I do, or it's the governor saying one thing and yet how she operates and how, with regards to, just continued hiring that you hear about, pay raises at a time when we're challenged with all these other issues that are happening. I mean, those are the kind of examples we'd like to see set, and it's not that complicated. I mean, with all the people they have working for them, I remember back in my early days working for Governor Babauta, when additional responsibilities came on, you just inherited collateral duties and you juggled. I mean, you juggled to get through and make sure that what needed to be done got done. And I think that's the kind of example we need to be leading by right now, because it's not all good. I mean, it's good for a certain segment here, and perhaps the administration has a little different perspective with the glasses that they're looking through versus what the rest of us are seeing out here in our community, and certainly even in our business sector and the challenges that our people are facing. What we're getting is very temporary, and it's like, what are we preparing for beyond that? And that's the real reality I think many of us are very concerned about. And I don't feel those key issues were addressed at all in that speech last night.
Let's bring on Phil Flores, former Republican Party chair. Okay, let's do that there. Phil, good morning. Thank you for the live messaging last night. I know you had definitely a lot of takeaways from this speech. Go ahead. Unmute.
Need to unmute, Phil.
Unmute.
There you go.
Okay, sorry.
Right on.
I thought you had.
You need to check the unmute czar.
But I'm on now.
You're on now.
I want to start with a shout out, if I may, and that's to Frank the Crank and Sarah Camacho, who had the first granddaughter in both of those clans yesterday by beautiful name of Catalina.
Nice.
And so good for you guys. The governor's speech, when any governor gives their state of the territory, it's going to be, I've done such a great deal. And that's kind of what the governor did last night. But there are a couple of things. I'm with some of the other people. Oh, Sarah's on the line still. I think it was just her birthday. I would like to have seen the plans for the future besides get $50 million out of a pot, because I don't think pot's going to be profitable at all. Because if it's, especially I have taxes, I got to set up an office. The guy who's selling right now is going to be able to beat that price, and he's going to have his or her customers. I think we're living in somewhat of a dream world that we have so much money and we can hire more people. raise raise people's salaries. I don't know what makes people think that we're fiscally okay. So I would have liked to hear more about, the state of our economy, the state of the government's financial status. I don't think it's good. But it's, like I said, the governor is going to say things that are really nice because that's her night to shine.
Yeah.
I also noticed that there was very, very little attention to Congressman San Nicolas, which is unfortunate because I know the governor and the congressman are at odds, butting heads sometimes. But as Sarah said earlier, we got to all be together on this. And I did notice that too, Jim, when the governor took credit for H-2B, and I said, in fact, I sent Chris, what? Because the H-2B has been a big collaborative thing. But who got through in Washington was Congressman San Nicolas, and he really did deserve some recognition on that and some other things, including the EITC reimbursement going forward. Then I would like to see more collaboration between our congressmen and our administration. Overall, that was good. I enjoyed watching it. And, we always complain about government, but that's what government is. It's, what government do you want to change it for? California? Is it Illinois? Washington, D.C.? That's what government is. But that's why you can have your checks and balances, like with Senators Moylan and Brown and others in the legislature to work for the administration. Speaker Talai has somewhat of an independent mind and doesn't mind. She likes to ask questions, which I think is really nice. But as far as last night, there was nothing surprised me. But again, I would have liked to know more about the future of our finances in the government. I would have liked to see more collaboration or just acknowledgement of our congressmen and even our senators.
We had a comment here from Taylor Cruz on our Facebook feed. Why is everyone talking about the $661 million that's not in law yet? We might as well be talking about the budget for 10 years from now.
Right on. I got that completely. But we really should be talking about what is our financial status? How far behind are our revenues? How far behind are we going to be in our projected revenues for this fiscal year and the next fiscal year? Because when I hear stuff like, oh, we're okay, we're only down 25 million, so that's just such baloney. We had the hot tax, which put out a bond. Oh, I'm just wondering, really, hotel occupancy tax? It's not there. GRT, which were some bonds do? Really, there's no GRT. And why do we pretend that we're financially okay? Because we certainly are not. And we shouldn't. I'm not a governor. I'm not even a notary public. But
you're a banking czar, though. I'm going to run this czar thing into the ground, Bree.
Okay. Yeah, clearly.
But I think we're in a really, really bad financial crisis, not just in the private sector, but in the public sector. And I don't see people in the public sector willing to believe that, willing to accept it. And if you can't do that, then if you can't face the problem, if you can't, what's the first step in 12 steps? I'm an alcoholic. Okay, what's the first step in our economy? We're broke. And I haven't heard anybody say that.
That's because we're getting $661 million, guys.
That's not our money. We're not generating that. We're getting that out of the goodness of Washington, D.C. That's not our money. And if we do not get that, the longest lines in Guam will be at the bankruptcy attorney's office. So why then do we keep hiring? Why then do we give salary increases? What is?
I don't know, guys.
Well, of course, I have to make companies work to put food on the table for my family and our employees' family. And if I was running the government and denying, or at least not letting people know how bad our financials are, I don't care who owns this company. My board should fire me. That's it.
Thank you, Phil. We'll close out with the senators here as we're up against the top of the hour. But that does seem to kind of be the thinking, Bree, is that, we don't need to worry about whatever our local money is because we're getting $661 million.
Yeah. I think, I didn't really need to hear a recap of the unprecedented
because we've
year
been hearing
we,
that.
Yeah,
we've been hearing
we
that.
lived through it, and I wanted to see maybe taking the approach of an unprecedented speech, not just doing what we always do and this is what I did over the past year, but more of like, this is what we're going to do. This is how we are going to survive. This is how we are going to rebuild anew, but that's just me.
Yeah. And I mean, I got to agree with what Phil had said there. Is like every speech. I mean, it really doesn't matter who's the governor, but it is always the same thing, breaking your arm to pat yourself on the back. But, that being said, it doesn't have to be that way. And I don't know why I let myself get my hopes up, because I was just really disappointed watching the speech. It was just the same stuff we hear at the beginning of every press conference. If you go to these press conferences, the governor's got to spend like 15 minutes talking about all the great stuff she did, which we get it. You did your job. Thank you. I mean, what do you want us to do? Kiss your feet? Get over it. We got a lot of work to do. There's drugs. There's crime out there. Crime is not down unless they're just not answering the phone. I mean, maybe they're mixing up 311. I just don't buy it. I mean, dude, we're on the front line of reporting on the crime, and don't give me that, it's anecdotal, because it's bad. You talk to anybody out there. We just had a comment. Lady said, I had to get cameras. Yeah, crime is bad. Mm-hmm. And it was like this much in the speech.
Yeah. I'll butt in here again, and I agree with that. And Jim said that too. Senator Warren said that too. You got to look at the paper. I haven't looked at the Post today, but I'm going to tell you there's 4 or 5 stories in there about somebody getting busted for ICE. Perhaps there's 1 or 2 stories in there about some jerk sexually assaulting an underage girl, not even a woman, and like an 11-year-old, 12 years old. What are we doing about that? The economy eventually, it's a cycle. It'll come and it'll go. It'll come and it'll go. But I don't think crime and drugs and rape are cyclical. I think they're behavioral, and we have to face that. We tell ourselves we live in a paradise. Kind of. I mean, it's really nice outside. It's beautiful. But it's not beautiful that I'm doing ICE. It's not beautiful that I'm attacking my 12-year-old niece. That's actually quite disgusting and ugly. And I would like to see it as a community. You can't say to the governor, fix that.
Yeah.
But we can't say to ourselves, fix that. No more preaching.
Thank you, Phil. Senator Moylan, go ahead, and then we'll move over to Senator Joanne. Closing remarks.
Sure, and that's I think Bree, you mentioned that too. Where's the direction we're going, and that's what I think the word is leadership, and we really need that to happen from Adelup. With that direction, we'll be able to guide ourselves on what we can do, and with that direction, the legislature can also support the leadership at Adelup as well. And I sure wish we started with an economic plan and got right to the meat. We had this great opportunity coming up through from the federal government, and how are we going to focus that money to better our island? This is a chance that we can make, especially an investment into our public safety to keep our streets and our families safe too. But I don't see that happening, and with the strong veto of Bill 11 on transparency, I don't think nobody wants us to really know what's going on. And that's, I'm hoping my colleagues will be able to change that with an override on that. I'm going to push for that too. So, but in the meantime, we're going to work together. That's definite with, my colleagues and Adelup too. And I'll keep on writing my letters. But then now we have one more important person to add there, and that's the permit czar. So looking forward to that.
Man. Okay, he's the minority czar at the legislature.
Senator Brown. Your closing remarks.
As you mentioned, we're getting more of the same, and this is the 3rd year. This is the 3rd State of the Island address, and we're coming through very challenging times, particularly this past year. And while there's important things that have been accomplished collectively by a lot of good people in this community that have made things happen, particularly in our healthcare field, dealing with some of the real realities of our government, that hasn't come to the table. And ignoring it or glossing it over is not going to make it go away. And we definitely need to deal with those real issues. You know, there's nothing wrong with acknowledging, and I agree with our former chairman, Phil. You know, sometimes in order to address our problems and challenges, we need to acknowledge it and recognize that it's there. And then what are we going to do collectively to work towards resolving that? There's a lot of talk, but when you get right down to it, you know, where the rubber meets the road, there's very little of that level of engagement that needs to be happening with regards to the economic realities, the social realities that we're dealing with. And I agree, definitely, the crime, the drug issues, and the laid back attitude. I mean, now you're allowed, you know, it's not zero tolerance anymore. Now it's, hey, 50% tolerant. You know, promoting marijuana. This is just that, you know, that's going to resolve.
We're in a strong 78% tolerance.
You know, and trying to connect the issue and the displeasure. You know, we've heard come out in the last few months by the tourism industry with regards to marijuana, and then try to connect that to, oh, we're going to use that to address the flooding issues and other issues with our tourism industry. And I don't think that resolves anything. I don't think that's going to be a reality that's going to put anything in place that's going to move things forward. We can gloss things over, but we need to deal with look at the issues in government now. I mean, I'm not even having to go out the door of my office. A lot of these issues are coming knocking on my door, as I'm sure they are with other leaders in our community, with regards to just the corruption and the abuse that's happening, particularly at a time when our people are going through such challenging times, and not taking the reins of that issue and dealing with it in our government as government leaders. What are we doing to address and correct those issues so that we can set a better example for our community, rather than they just see this excess of abuse at a time when so many of our people are either underemployed, unemployed, you know, waiting for the next financial, as Phil had mentioned. You know, it's a gift from Washington. You know, to get by, and that's not going to sustain us. That's not going to sustain us. $661 million sounds like an awful lot of money, but it's not going to take very long for that to disappear. And then, especially for us, we understand that the governor has the ability to determine and prioritize the use of that money. But why is there no engagement? Why is there such a, you know, we're back to that centered power sense of importance that it can only be made from one individual. And I mean, our democratic government is based on the three branches of government to ensure that balance and ensure that the interests of the people and the voice of the people are brought to the table. So when you see this going on and the continued not wanting, you know, with Bill 11 being vetoed and so adamantly vetoed, you know, it's almost leering from above. Oh, how dare you question me? And I just think, you know, these are not our resources. It's not our personal money. It's not our personal bank account. I don't have a bank, you know, but it's our people's money. The money's been given to the people of Guam, and I think people of Guam should have the ability and the awareness and the information on where and how that money's being prioritized and where it's being spent and how it's being ensured that it's getting to them and getting to our people where they need it the most. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And it's just the attitude of it and that sense of, you know, sometimes in Adelup, there's always the danger of getting too centered in yourself up there and thinking that your vision of the world is really what's going on. You know, time and time again, you sometimes see that happen. And this is a time when everyone says, oh, we need to pull together. We need to sit at the table. We need to come together and resolve these issues. And I don't see it. I don't hear it. I don't feel it. And it's unfortunate because, you know, we're already in the third year of this administration. I don't know if the tone's going to change, if they're going to wake up one day and start realizing, hey, we can't do this by ourselves. We need the engagement of others in our community and leaders in the legislature as well to do more than just rubber stamp our version of the world. I think our people expect more of us. I certainly do. And we're going to continue to engage and raise these issues of concern and be very vocal about it because, you know, at the end of the day, this is our home, it's our community, and we all have an investment in it, and we all want to see better. Rather than just talking about it, we want to feel it. And, you know, I empathize with what Phil has said of these other ills in our community. I mean, those things are what our outgoing administration, you know, was attacked with by the incoming administration. They're so quick to want to criticize and stand on our shoulders. But yet, you know what, as mentioned earlier, there's a lot of credit to go around, and there are a lot of people even leading up to where we're at today that carried the load, that carried the heavy buckets of water to get us to where we're at. And you don't even see that acknowledgement, be it a Democrat or Republican. You don't see that acknowledgement. You just see the wanting to take credit for everything else. And we want to take credit for all that's good, but we don't want to take the responsibility for the challenge issues in our community. And I think that's what we want to see and hear more. And that's what we have a desire to expect. And there's nothing wrong with it. I think we should expect it. We should demand it.
All right. Thank you. Before we let you go, Senator Brown, any other anonymous tips regarding online gambling?
You're like the anonymous tip czar.
See. I mean, I go through the process, of course, as we're formalizing a procedure that we can propose to Speaker Terlahi with regards to creating a committee on corruption, because I think as the days and weeks go on, it's becoming very obvious. I mean, even this whole gambling issue, I had no idea to the degree that this existed in government or was happening during government working hours. And I think, obviously, this has shown that our people need a venue where they can bring these concerns and they can be reviewed and vetted and determine if there's legitimacy to it and refer it. So my normal process when I receive these things is I'll review it to determine is there any validity to it to the degree I can. And then I forward it to the respective oversight chairs who have more direct engagement with the respective department and agencies. So that we can get these issues addressed. If there's any truth to it, then by all means, what do we need to do to get it addressed and corrected and hold people responsible for abusing public trust and public resources? This is almost natural now. It's disturbing that this comes up. But then the other end of the coin is there are people in the government, because this information is coming to us from sources that are aware, observing these things happening, that are not happy and are very disappointed with the abuse that they're seeing in this government. So we'll keep our eyes and ears open, and certainly our people have that opportunity to come to my office, as they do, I'm sure, to any other senator that they know or want to engage with to bring these issues to light, because I'm a little surprised to the degree, especially on this gambling issue, that this has proliferated to different parts of our government.
Right. Yeah.
So no other tips?
I go through the process. I mean, that's something that as we refer things, we'll defer it to the respective chairs to
what does it feel like, though?
Public, and we'll just continue to be here.
Did you refer anything aside from GPA?
I did refer a concern that was raised with regards to the Guam fire. I know it's been a long-standing issue, but again, another anonymous individual came forth with a concern about how the hours are being charged with regards to the fire department, those that were in the out in the fire stations, and the hours that they get versus those that have administrative duties that they believe are receiving the same amount of hours in compensation, which they don't feel is under the law accurate. And they questioned the claims that these firefighters were going out and working out in the fire stations to make up the difference in the hours to supplement. So we'll see. I mean, I referred that to Senator Pito last week, and I'll defer that to him and his committee to decide how he wishes to proceed to either verify the information.
Well, does he have any kids who are firemen? Does he have any kids in the fire department?
I don't know. I have no idea.
That's one good way to get him to care about it.
I have no idea. But again, I mean, all we can do is I can only, when the information's brought to me, I'm not here to judge that. Is it accurate or not? But it's obviously a concern that has been raised. And, I just refer to the respective chair to review it and determine how they wish to proceed.
Yeah, but you referred the airport thing to Senator Shelton, and what we got was, I can't get in the way of that. You referred the other complaint to Senator Rogel.
That's really where each of us individually as elected officials have to stand up and be counted, and that's where the people really need to decide. I mean, we can complain all we want, we can gossip, we can attack, we can do all those things, right? And complain among ourselves. But that's where the people need to decide. You need to look at each of us and evaluate our performance, and are we performing in the way you want us to, and are we responding to it? If we're not, then that's in the hands of the people to ultimately determine their leadership, and that either gives us an opportunity to rise or fall, and then the people can determine from there how they deal with it, how they receive our performance, and whether they like it or not. That's for them to decide ultimately. And I can't decide how another senator is going to respond or address their responsibility. Certainly, I know how I would deal with it if I was in that position. But certainly, as a minority senator, I mean, we are very engaged. I mean, we're very attentive, we're active, we're attending pretty much almost all the hearings that are happening here in the Guam legislature, and we're not asleep at the wheel. But that's up to the people to decide. I mean, they need to determine, are we performing to the standard they expect of us, and if not, then again, that's in their hands to determine our fate. Should we all run for re-election, whether or not we're representing their interests, and do they feel we are? That's something they decide when they go in the ballot booth.
Well, thanks again, and good luck, Senator Moylan. I know you have a public hearing tomorrow on Bill 56. That should be interesting. That's
Which one's that?
That's the bill regarding drug testing for those seeking public office.
Oh, man.
Can I make a closing statement?
Sure, Phil.
Okay, three things. First, another shout out to Cozendo and Mike Phillips. They've raised over $50,000 for Patrick, which is tremendous. And then we always say we want to follow the science, and that's how we're making decisions for our community. And I'm thinking back in January, the re-election committee for Lou and Josh started putting together a fundraiser in March. Man, they're so smart. How are they able to spend 7 or 8 weeks getting ready for a fundraiser that happens to take place on the very first day when Cora would allow us? That kind of blows me up. But in closing, I wish Governor Lou good luck, and because when she does well governing the island, we all do well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right on.
Phil, Senator Brown, Senator Moylan.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Thank you, Senator Moylan.
Good to talk to you guys again. You
Always.
take care.
Yeah, let us know if you get any more anonymous tips.
All right, you take care.
You know,
Bye-bye.
don't make us ask you 50 questions to find out. Bree was like, okay, let me ask it this way. Let me ask it that way. So, right on. Thank you. Thank you, Phil. Again, I'll see you guys.
Stay safe.
All right. There you go. 9:16. Guys, we're going to take a break, and we're going to UOG for Charter Day. I want to give my own shout out. Thank everyone who came on to talk about this speech. You know, I feel like a lot of people watched it last night. A lot of people who aren't even in politics, because one thing about this COVID, there hasn't been a lot to pay attention to, so people have been kind of paying attention to the government of Guam, which is, I think it's good. The more eyes on them, the better. It's 9:16. We'll take a break.
No, I was just going to say, I for the speech, I thank the governor for, taking us back in time and highlighting what our frontliners did for our community.
Did she really do that, or was it like
Some
I
of
did
them,
this and my?
I mean, she said thanks to the nurses and
Right on,
GMH. Me, thanks to the teachers, the GDOE, the Salvation Army, Catholic Social Services, all the unsung heroes.
I mean, it would take 10 speeches to thank everybody out here in the community who doesn't work, get $65,000 a year to, kiss up to anybody.
But, I tend to agree with some of the senators that I did really want to hear some more specifics on how we're going to rebuild our economy.
Yeah, me too. A friend of mine was saying that it reminded him of the middle school book report where you end your book report with a quote. And I don't know if the quote from former Senator Ben Pangilinan really matched up with what the governor has put into practice in her administration. So there was that. It's 9:18. Again, Jason Salas coming back here. We're going to take you over to the University of Guam next, right here on the link.
Catch the barbecue and beach patrol.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else.
The home of the Tritons on the internet and in Manila, because today is the 53rd Charter Day for the University of Guam. Right now, Dr. Thomas Christ, the university's 11th president, is giving his opening remarks on a historic day for the university in what has been a most tremendous of year. Let's go now to UOG for Charter Day number 53.
Micronesia. This year's Charter Day catchphrase is transforming lives and advancing communities. And this came from our Parahulo strategic plan. The plan aims to elevate UOG's reputation for high-quality academics and research, as well as partnerships across the community. The COVID pandemic has actually accelerated some of the goals of our Parahulo plan, especially, of course, promoting online learning and the improvement of operations. All of our Tritons have worked really hard to help the community cope with the pandemic and the economic fallout. Faculty, staff, administrators, students, and alumni from everywhere, as well as, of course, the School of Health and the Global Learning and Engagement teams, their work on the front lines, to the faculty and students adjusting to the Zoom world, to the facilities team, to the OIT folks, really everybody. And all of this has gone on while keeping our infection rate very low and protecting all of our residential students from it. So I'm really, really proud of all of our Tritons. And Charter Day is our annual celebration of UOG and all we do to transform lives and advance communities. As our community gets vaccinated and we maintain our low CAR scores, we at UOG are working on increasing our ability to resume face-to-face activities and classes. And we're all looking ahead to 2022 when UOG turns 70 years old. And I'm confident we'll all be really in the mood for a big celebration once we get past this pandemic. Thank you again, Tritons and Triton supporters, for all you've done to hang in there and make a huge difference for Guam and the region in so many ways. Viva Charter Day and Viva UOG.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now I'd like to welcome Mr. Gerald Philish, Chairperson of the Board of Regents, for his remarks.
Thank you, Jonas. Governor Leon Guerrero, Lieutenant Governor Tenorio, Senators, my fellow Board of Regent members, President Christ, Senior Vice President and Provost Enriquez, Vice President Wiegand, Deans and Directors, faculty, staff, and most especially our students. Buenas and Hafade. On behalf of the Board of Regents, I would like to extend a warm Triton welcome to all of you as we celebrate the 53rd Charter Day of our great University of Guam. Usually the UOG campus is filled with people of all ages, eating great food, playing games, enjoying each other's company, and celebrating together as we also showcase the diverse UOG programs. This celebration is a little different, but I'm so happy to see all of you joining us in this Zoom meeting and those watching us on Facebook. Our theme, Transforming Lives, Advancing Communities, is also UOG's vision statement. Over the years, I've seen the university strive for this vision, whether that's helping members of our community achieve their goals of higher education and becoming professionals, or conducting meaningful research to increase and enhance the collective knowledge of our island, or bringing people together to meet the needs of our community. This year, UOG was named by the U.S. News and World Report as one of the top institutions in the nation for social mobility. What does that mean? It means that the University of Guam is truly transformative, and it represents hope for the individual for a chance at a brighter future and hope for our community to grow and learn collectively. The entire Board of Regents is proud of UOG, its vision, and its mission, which is to enlighten, to discover, and to serve. We thank you all for your continued support of the great University of Guam. Viva UOG.
Thank you, Chairperson Philish. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Anita Borja Enriquez, Senior Vice President and Provost, for her remarks.
Manana Sijus Totus Hamzu. I'm thrilled to see all of you join us this morning to help celebrate our annual Charter Day. Governor Leon Guerrero, Lieutenant Governor Tenorio, Speaker Terlahi, and members of the 36th Guam Legislature, members of our University of Guam family, our Board of Regents, our administrators, our faculty, staff, and especially our students. And I also want to acknowledge our community partners across our island and across our region. As we rise beyond the snares of this pandemic, we reflect on how our institution has remained committed to its resolve of transforming the lives of our students through our faculty and the ecosystem of support by our university community and our community partners. UOG has demonstrated its ability to pivot and respond to our community's health crisis needs, the needs of our students, and our communities in general. Our institutional cultural values of Inadahi and Minesman ensures our academic enterprise persists in equipping our students with the knowledge and competencies that represent resourcefulness, resiliency, sustainability, and innovation. As critical thinkers and problem solvers, students and graduates alike are postured to support the vision of a refreshed economy and healthcare system that is stronger than ever. And through our Maga Haga Leon Guerrero's State of the Island address last night, it gives us tremendous hope. And we're very, very pleased to hear all of the wonderful, wonderful initiatives ahead. Our video features that you've watched this morning provided snippets of the bevy of programs that opened pathways to advance with leveraged resources and mentorship that will indeed touch every facet of our society and advance communities to improve the overall quality of life, not just for our island, but also our surrounding region. For many of our students and the over 18,000 alumni, they call Guam and all of Micronesia home. Through their university experiences and armed with their degree, indeed, the transformation not only benefits themselves socially and economically, but also their families and whichever spaces they occupy and whichever communities they live in. Collectively, ever so mindful of the changing demands in what we call our global society, we indeed can do more together because of our Inadahi spirit that we hope is paid forward. Manhita todo para iminalik todos, biba mestre moro, jen biba UOG. Sijus Masi.
Thank you, Dr. Enriquez. And now to present the Governor's Proclamation, the Honorable Lou Leon Guerrero, Governor of Guam, Magahagan Guahan, the Honorable Joshua F. Tenorio, Lieutenant Governor of Guam, Segundo Magalahan Guahan.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of our dignitaries, our alumni, our students, our community in this participation of our recognizing Charter Day. We'd already signed the proclamation, and I'm not really going to take the time to read it, but I will say that with the collaboration and the cooperation of the University of Guam's work, not just in this pandemic, but throughout the community, it has been truly a transformation of lives and truly advancing our community. One very great example that I wanted to give is the university's work and partnership with a private partner in the whole industry of aquaculture. Certainly a potential of a multi-billion-dollar industry that we can advance in our community and certainly will transform the lives of our people, not only in just food sustainability, but also in job creation. I also would like to especially give a special thank you to the University of Guam for their commitment and their work in our COVID-19 program to try and control and save lives in our community. Dr. Hattori has been such a forefront leader in providing the necessary resources, not just during the contact tracing and testing campaign, but also in the vaccination. And not only does she provide that, but she has also provided to her students the opportunity to be out there in the community to actually experience real clinical hands-on practice with the vaccination. I also wanted to recognize Dr. Annette Santos for her work in economic research, in her work in trying to grow our economy with our private partners. I especially also want to thank, of course, President Christ and Dr. Anita Bora Enriquez for their commitment and their support to doing that. Higher education, of course, allows us to delve into some of the world's biggest problems and look at them with a new, fresh perspective. We develop a critical eye, grow our curiosity in the potential, and harness our skepticism towards what has already been done. These habits of the restless mind help our deepest understandings and propel us into new frontiers. As we celebrate today the University of Guam Charter Day, remember that real learning means taking chances and making mistakes. Students, the knowledge and training you will receive at the University of Guam will undoubtedly take you far in your life. Our island community is filled with leaders and doers who were once in the same position you are in now. However, I hope that our collective need to make a living does not overshadow our aspiration to lead a life worth living. I want to especially congratulate all of you. And although we are here to celebrate Charter Day, my respect, honor, and pride in our higher institution of learning, the University of Guam, goes a very long way. I am totally committed in my administration, Dr. Christ, to support the university in any way we can, because your university, our university, is very essential and critical to what you say, transformation of lives and advancing our community. We see it now, and we will continue to see it in the future. Thank you, and Sidus Masi, and congratulations in your celebration.
Lieutenant Joshua Tenorio.
Afade, thank you very much for this opportunity. And, in addition to what the governor said, I just really wanted to, again, restate all of the different ways that University of Guam came through for the people of Guam with this pandemic. Not only, she talked about Dr. Margaret Hattori Uchima, of course, Dr. Christ in the forefront, Dr. Santos, Dr. Teo Cruz, Carlos Taitano, a whole bunch of people came together to provide support to public health at incident command sites, at hospitals, at testing sites. They organized and delivered food items to frontliners and public health incident command centers. They even held a telethon and raised $43,000 in donations to procure medical supplies and food. And this contact tracing center that the governor talked about a little earlier really has been a remarkable benefit to this strong partnership. I do want to thank President Christ and let everybody know that we have regular meetings and conversations with Dr. Christ. Governor's always been wanting to make sure that the University of Guam receives its full allotment. And since we've been into office, that has happened. And on top of that, working together with the university to find additional funding needs to overcome some of the shortfalls that they've had from the appropriations. But I'd also want to center on some infrastructure that the university maintains that helps all of us. Infrastructure like WERI, which helps protect our water quality standards on Guam. The College of Agriculture Extension Services, which has been doing so much work trying to help us with the initiative of the governor to ensure food security and ensure that agriculture and aquaculture are cornerstones of this new economy. The Center for Island Sustainability and helping us lead with the Guam Green Growth Initiative and help coordinate our efforts to protect coral reefs, to establish resiliency against climate change. And of course, this new partnership with the Cultural Repository, where we have managed to develop and are about to, and are in the process of constructing a valuable part of our cultural infrastructure to make sure that we protect those resources that are out there and really push a path forward to return the more than 2,500 human remains that remain scattered throughout the archaeological survey companies on Guam. It's a big mission. And so I would just say that we will continue to work on this partnership. Thank you, Dr. John Rivera, also Dr. Ron McNinch, Dr. Roseanne Jones, Dr. Anatori, Instructor Frank Ishizaki. These are all instructors, Pete Barcinas, that from time to time in many projects that I've come to work on, I've always relied on great expertise from the university. And I just want to give a shout out to all the Tritons out there, all the students, and looking forward to seeing a bright future for the university. So congratulations on this Charter Day.
Thank you, Governor Leon Guerrero and Lieutenant Governor Tenorio. At this time, I'd like to invite the Honorable Amanda Shelton, Senator in the 36th Guam Legislature, to present the legislative resolution.
Siduous Masi Jonas, Hafaday, and good morning, Tritons. I'm truly honored to be here with you all today to celebrate the 53rd anniversary of the University of Guam's charter and the 69th anniversary of its founding. Typically, we would be out in a fun-filled day on campus, enjoying the sun, all the games and activity, but I'm so glad we can still celebrate virtually. And I'm sure the UOG team has prepared an incredible program for all of us to enjoy today. And this is just a small testament of how the University of Guam has been able to change and adapt and rise up to meet the needs of our community during this pandemic. So Siduous Masi. The University of Guam continues to lead the island's progress toward improving the welfare, health, and education of our people. For decades, the university has contributed to an educated and higher earning professional workplace, job creation across all industries, and tax dollars infused into the government of Guam to fund public services. And we know that when we support our island university, we help to lift up hardworking students, families in need, and a strong workforce. This is why we fought so hard to strengthen the university by updating its charter to bring the university into the 21st century, providing UOG with the financial independence needed to develop an institution that prepares students to meet the needs of a changing economy and a modern workforce. The University of Guam continues to be a pillar of excellence for Guam and the region. For decades, UOG has been a place of hope for families and a place of promise for young minds looking to change the world. And every year's celebration is a testament to the university's contributions to our island home and people. I'd like to thank my colleagues in the 36th Guam Legislature for joining me today to present Resolution 28-36. Thank you, Speaker Terlahi, Senators Perez, Rangel, Moylan, Ada, Taitigui, and Torres, and to Duas Masi, to my co-sponsors, Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munya Barnes, and my Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Higher Education, Talina Nelson. We are honored to together present resolution number 28-36 relative to recognizing the University of Guam students, alumni, faculty, staff, and administration on the observance of UOG Charter Month during March 2021 and the celebration of the 53rd year anniversary of the UOG Charter and the 69th year anniversary of its founding, and commending the 2021 UOG Charter Committee for their continued efforts to invest in and strengthen the institution for the benefit of our people, our island, the region, and the world. Duly and regularly adopted by the Committee on Rules of Imunay 36 na Legislature Guahan on the 9th day of March 2021. Happy Charter Day and Biba UOG.
Thank you once again to our Honorable Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and our senators for recognizing UOG and celebrating Charter Day with us this morning. So this concludes the first half of our ceremony. I'll be soon turning over hosting duties to our Student Government Association, and they'll be introducing some special videos highlighting different areas of the university. Thank you to our partners at KUAM for producing these videos. And for those who have registered on Zoom, please stay till the very end for a chance to win some great prizes, including stays at the Tsubaki Tower Guam and more. And if you haven't registered yet and you're watching us on Facebook, there's still time to join us on Zoom. Visit www.uog.edu/charterday to register. And just so that you're aware, we've still got some Charter Day shirts available at the Triton store. Just log on to tritonstore.gu to buy yours today. On behalf of the University of Guam and our 2021 Charter Day Committee, thank you again for joining us this morning, and Biba UOG. Without further ado, please provide a warm welcome to Ms. Maria Minas, President of the 59th UOG Student Government Association.
Hafide, and welcome to the UOG's 53rd Charter Day. My name is Maria Siana Minas, the 59th Student Government Association President. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for joining us this morning on our virtual Charter Day opening ceremony. You know, Charter Day recognizes the academic and professional accomplishments of nearly 4,000 students, more than 17,000 alumni, the staff who keep the institution running, the faculty who serve as mentors, and the institution as a whole. Despite the whole situation with COVID-19, this didn't stop us from showcasing the university's projects, goals, and accomplishments. In celebrating the 53rd Charter Day theme, Transforming Lives and Advancing Communities, my team gathered several videos from our fellow Tritons. Here, not only will you get to hear about their college experiences, but you'll also get to know a little more about our Triton community. So a big thank you to the SGA Council for their continuous efforts and hard work in coordinating the Spirit Week activities, games, and prizes for the student body. Stay tuned in on our social media pages at UOG_SGA. With this new platform, I would also like to give a shout out to the rest of the Charter Day Charter Month Committee for their creativity and hard work in ensuring a fun-filled month for our attendees at home. The month of March consists of various presentations, scavenger hunts, galleries, and more. I know this isn't your typical in-person Charter Day event where you can indulge yourself in great foods and treats, but we still have a lot in store for you. Lastly, thank you for the stations of KUAM for helping us live stream our celebration virtually. Let's get the Charter Day festivities started. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the event. Biba UOG. Now, it is my pleasure to share hosting responsibilities with Mr. Christian Ramos.
Buenas and Hafaday Guahan. I'm Christian Ramos, a senator in the Student Government Association. We're excited to show you various videos from the university schools and colleges and what UOG has done to fight this pandemic. You'll want to stay until the very end for the raffle drawing because we will be giving out 2 separate hotel room stays at the Tubaki Tower. Are you excited? Because we're excited. But first, let's take a look at the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences and meet the school's dean, Dr. James Selman.
The pursuit of higher education is about much more than just getting a degree. As an incoming student, you're greeted with general education courses to broaden your perspective and see where you might fit in the world. The College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences offers students a chance to find meaning and purpose, not only within themselves, but in a way where they can affect change in society and the world at large. Dean of the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, Dr. James Selman.
The College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences is at the core of the threefold mission Ina Descubre Seti. Really the whole idea of Ina, of enlightenment, really comes out of the humanities. It's tied back again to philosophy and intellectual enlightenment and also spiritual enlightenment. So we're at the core of the university's mission, and that mission feeds the economy and the soul of the people of Guam and the region.
Dr. Selman says the college offers an abundance of paths to choose from, giving a student the opportunity to gain knowledge of different disciplines along the way.
So we have, 10 majors in the college and 14 minors. So it is a multidisciplinary, multifaceted endeavor that really relates to everything that human beings do, from the thought process to the political process. Our flagship programs are the Chamorro Studies program and the Micronesian Studies program. So we have the undergraduate Chamorro Studies and then the MA in Micronesian Studies. And that's where the university tries to intersect most seriously and deeply with the local community and the regional community.
According to Dr. Selman, liberal arts, social sciences, and the humanities are at the center of various other disciplines.
The hard sciences grow out of logic and epistemology. And so all of those other disciplines, even health science, you have to know about people's culture if you're going to touch them and treat them well. And so even the health sciences have to interface with social sciences and the humanities. So really all of the other disciplines grow out of the liberal arts, the humanities, and social sciences.
In a quote from Dr. Selman, he writes, "Our students are destined to contribute to local, regional, and global achievements. We develop our students to embody and practice the moral purposes of higher education, both to better our world today and to enrich and plow the educational soil for tomorrow." For Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
Next is the College of Natural and Applied Sciences. Let's hear what the college's dean, Dr. Lee Udine, has to say.
It was simply the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences for many years after the University of Guam became a land-grant institution in 1972. And for many years, the university grew with the program until 2004, when then President Dr. Howard Allen restructured UOG.
He took the old College of Agriculture and he split up the College of Arts and Sciences, took the science and the old College of Agriculture and put them together and called it the College of Natural and Applied Sciences. So I basically have been the first dean of this new college since 2004.
That's Dr. Lee Uden, who is still the Dean of the College of Natural and Applied Sciences, or CNAS for short. The Old Agriculture Focus remains an essential program that helps feed our people. And with several other programs from biology to computer science, it's proof the college has evolved and diversified. Take the biomed track, for example.
As we've talked about how well the nursing program is done, and the nursing program students have to take 3 or 4 of the classes that we offer in CNAS. But the pre-med, the biomed majors are doing remarkable work, not only when they're here as undergraduates, but they're getting into medical schools throughout the United States, vet schools, dental schools, pharmacy schools. So these are really talented young STEM majors that are doing extremely well.
This August, CNAS will launch a new venture, the first cohort of its computer science degree bridge program with the Guam Community College. Students can start at GCC for their first 2 years and transfer all their credits to complete their degree at UOG. Uden calls it a plus plus. It's another avenue to churn out more graduates, many of who also choose to stay on Guam and contribute in good jobs.
I think what we're producing is a group of individuals that this society and the culture of Guam can be extremely proud of. And I'm proud of all my graduates.
You can learn more about the diverse CNAS offerings and its outreach components at this year's virtual UOG Charter Day celebration themed Transforming Lives, Advancing Communities.
So we're highlighting beekeeping. We're highlighting what agriculture is all about. We're highlighting how to deal with food inequities. We're dealing with almost every aspect that will try to improve the lives of our community. So I invite everybody to come online to be able to see all the presentations that we have next week. In the years past, as you know, our courtyard was filled with thousands of people that were able to go from one canopy to the other. Well, this year the canopy is going to be on the virtual Zoom, so it'll be a little different, but we're still going to showcase exactly what this college is all about.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, this is Lacey Martinez.
Welcome back. The School of Business and Public Administration first opened its doors to the University of Guam students over 15 years ago. Let's learn more from the school's dean, Dr. Annette Santos.
The School of Business and Public Administration first opened its doors for University of Guam students over 15 years ago. Over the years, it has helped develop many successful businessmen and women, all of whom departed the university with either a degree in business administration, accounting, criminal justice, public administration, or a professional MBA. But as the years have passed, the building has also added other free services that are incredibly valuable to local business owners and entrepreneurs. Dr. Annette T. Santos, the Dean of the SBPA, elaborated on the inclusion of the Small Business Development Center and its role in serving the community.
We are a proud host of the Pacific Islands SBDC network. So that includes the Guam SBDC, and all other SBDCs across the Micronesia region. There are 7 SBDC centers under this network. So anyone who's interested in starting up a business has access to free consulting and business advisement with the advisors that we have in this building. They are currently accessible online, so just look up the information on the Pacific Islands Small Business Development Center Network website. Just type in Pacific Islands SBDC and you'll get to their link. But they provide a wealth of information, resources to anyone interested in starting up a business. They're also currently occupied helping businesses recover. So there are opportunities for training and workshops to help those small businesses who are in need of funding. So they're providing assistance to those businesses to avail of those CARES Act funds so that they can continue to sustain themselves in a number of ways.
While the SBDC is an integral resource for local small business owners, it is not the only free resource hosted at the SBPA.
Well, what's tied into Pacific Island Small Business Development Center network is the Women's Business Center. So we have the business advisor who's specifically focused on women interested in starting their businesses. But we are also host to the Guam Procurement Technical Assistance Center. And their mission is slightly different from Pacific Islands SBDC network. Their focus is mostly on assisting local businesses to be able to work and avail themselves of federal contracts, government contracts. So they also offer a different set of training and workshops for local residents who want to take advantage of that and are interested in working with the government.
While the School of Business and Public Administration has provided these resources for the community to reach their business-related goals and dreams, the school continues to work with local companies and organizations in the quest to answer some of the island's bigger problems.
We also pride ourselves in the partnerships that we have with members of our local and regional community. We are partners in government-related research and studies, activities related to entrepreneurship and new business startups, and also service engagements. There are many important issues confronting our community, and we definitely are right there. There's not a name on our faculty that you will mention that people will not be familiar with. So I appreciate the partnership, the membership, and support of our community, and we look forward to continue to working with them and building on that value of partnership.
With many prominent industries on Guam being turned on its head due to COVID-19, it is important that future generations identify sources of revenue for the local economy quickly. With the vast array of degrees and resources available for island residents at the SBPA, these previously hidden opportunities are beginning to bloom. For Guam's News Network, I am Ken Nicholas.
We're just about halfway through our feature. Am I right, Christian?
You got that right.
Let's meet Dr. Alicia Uggan, the Dean for the School of Education, next.
Dr. Alicia Uggan has been with the University of Guam since the 1990s, serving the Institution of Higher Learning as a mathematics professor before completing her doctorate. She's now Dean of UOG's School of Education, the college that historically and consistently produces the most graduates of any school.
The School of Education has the right range of responsibilities to prepare all our teachers.
The Dean explains that there's always been a signature quality to UOG trained teacher at any level. She credits this to the experience the program gives those who want to make teaching their life's work.
Our teachers are solid in their content, solid in their pedagogical content knowledge, and also would carry the disposition of heart, caring, and knowledge and robust perseverance to carry on their students.
So with more than 50 different degree programs to choose from across academic disciplines, why do so many ambitious young undergrads decide to take up education as a career?
They've been through an experience that inspired them and enthused them, and the experiences would range from either from the elementary, middle, or high school level, that they've made a connection with a teacher or several teachers, and that has taken them on to this decision to pursue a degree in teaching.
Dr. Uggan also proudly shared the pillars that make up the school's philosophy, impacting not just the local education system, but also that of the region.
To include diversity, equity, and inclusion, and reflect that in our faculty. We've done so for the Outer Islands with our College of Micronesia FSM partnership for their teachers, the individualized degree plan program, where we help teachers in YAP attain their teaching credentials.
And for those wishing to continue their work at the administrative level, going from leading a classroom to perhaps running an entire school, Dr. Uggan notes that almost half of UOG's graduate programs are from the School of Education, focusing on advanced topics in education management.
The idea that they want to do more for the students, seeing that by improving upon themselves and obtaining degrees that will help them improve in any area that they are very much interested and passionate about, I think that is one of the driving forces that inspires the teachers to seek that next level with the master's level.
She says the 53rd Charter Day theme, Transforming Lives, Advancing Communities, highlights education as the bedrock of Guam, and that training capable, passionate teachers with local sensibilities is critical to moving us forward.
The School of Education's vision is really to inspire and transform every SOE student through innovative and transformative educational experiences. And these experiences value and preserve the local and the regional cultures.
The University of Guam joined the fight against the spread of COVID-19 in various ways, from hosting a telethon to establishing a call center. UOG has taken an active role in helping the island deal with the pandemic. Here's more from Carlos Taitano, Director of UOG's Global Learning and Engagement.
With change being the only constant in a complicated world, this Charter Day is especially meaningful for the University of Guam's School of Health. The college has seen 3 name changes over the years to properly encapsulate the family of degree programs preparing students for careers in health science, social work, and nursing.
I think for us, what's at the heart of it, beyond the caring, of course, right? The caring and the commitment to helping people, is that you have to have critical thinking.
The school's mission is to turn out eager young minds who want to serve Guam by preparing them for the operational tempo, emotional rigors, and challenging demands of modern healthcare. Dean Dr. Margaret Hattori Uchima oversees the college's curriculum.
I think the pandemic has taught us much about the need for social workers, public health majors, people that can do exercise science and health promotion, as well as nurses.
The school prepares students with the tools, intellect, and mental toughness that they'll need right out of the gate to serve a community that, due to coronavirus, needs their talents more than ever before. And true to the community spirit of Inafamalik, students learn about giving back, ensuring that legacy of excellence is well preserved.
We've got these collaborations, and this is where I think Guam is so unique, in that the whole community, we know we don't have enough nurses or other healthcare providers, yet these nurses throughout the island, whatever setting they're in, they are really committed to training the next generation.
Healthcare professionals already combating coronavirus locally in fields like contact tracing, program administration, and direct patient care all came from the School of Health's recent graduating class.
Some of the health science majors actually helped with contact tracing. And of course, a lot of the nursing students, actually all of them graduated, and they were immediately hired by GMH, GRMC, and a few at Public Health.
So the 2021 Charter Day theme of transforming lives, advancing communities rings particularly true with Dr. Hattori Uchima and her team, as one of the key lessons not lost on students or faculty is the power of partnerships, a mission the School of Health attacks head-on with pride, passion, and humility in being part of Guam's allied health system.
Seeing what are the other disciplines that we can help strengthen. We've got great relationships with DOL and of course GCC. And I think there's such a need in many disciplines in health, allied health, not just nursing, that I feel that we can expand our footprint and help, provide some expertise to help stabilize the healthcare workforce.
And that was Dr. Margaret Hattori Uchima, the Dean of the School of Health. Now here's more from Carlos Taitano, Director for UOG's Global Learning and Engagement, to feature the COVID-19 relief efforts.
As COVID-19 made its way to our shores and made itself known in the worst ways possible, it became clear that the fight against COVID was going to require much more than what one agency could offer. It became a call to action, and without hesitation, the University of Guam answered that call. Director of Global Learning and Engagement, Carlos Taitano.
Throughout the pandemic, early on, during, and through the vaccination, UOG has kind of raised their hand and said, we want to be a part of the health and part of the getting Guam out of this pandemic.
From establishing call centers to providing over 13,000 meals to frontline workers, raising over $60,000 by way of virtual telethon to provide PPEs, and now working with the Guam Army National Guard in vaccinating our community.
It's a tremendous feeling of pride that we can be a part of this health. It's just a small piece, and then we look back on this in 15, 20, 30 years, we'll know that we had an active role in fighting the pandemic. So I think there's a lot of pride that goes into the effort and the work that we do.
Despite not having the full college experience quite yet, Taitano says more than a handful of their students have also answered the call.
A number of volunteers that come to help at the vaccination clinic are AmeriCorps volunteers. And these are students at the University of Guam. And I had an opportunity to speak with a few of them who are first-year students, and over the course of 2 semesters have yet to sit in a classroom at the university, transforming lives, advancing communities. It's even starting with our first-year students and their experience at university as being part of this health. And so again, it's a tremendous effort from a whole bunch of people, from the AmeriCorps, Serve Guam, University, community, Guam National Guard, and of course the folks at Public Health. And so it's been an honor to be a part of this energy and this movement to get Guam healthy.
The university's role in this pandemic is a clear representation of them living out their mission to serve. In the words of UOG's ROTC program, Triton Warriors lead the way. For Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
Now moving on to the School of Engineering. In February 2019, the Board of Regents approved a 4-year Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering for the School of Engineering. Meet the school's dean, Dr. Shram Khosropana.
A knack for problem solving, thinking outside the box, a love for building things, and an insatiable appetite for, let's face it, crazy math. These are the core skills inherent in any proper engineer, and they serve as the core foundations at the heart of the University of Guam's newest college, the School of Engineering. Dr. Shram Khosropana serves as dean.
I started the pre-engineering program in 1989. And that time I was just, I remember I had 2 students or 3 students at the first. And then that was a non-degree program and just 2 years, non-degree program. And then since the demand in Guam increased for engineer, construction, Navy build-up, all kind of stuff. And then the president told me, well, 2009, yeah, he asked me, put a proposal for the engineering school.
That proposal became the accredited 4-year curriculum UOG has today, dedicated to producing competent, capable minds, ready to tackle difficult challenges with rigid science. The new college has made history for the Mingielao campus as it offers the very first engineering degree in the Western Pacific. And UOG's already succeeded in creating a strong pipeline that feeds back into the local community.
Yeah, Navy gonna hire many of our graduates coming out, and then also consultant. They're gonna hire all of them.
Dr. K, as he's affectionately known to students, oversees a course of study now boasting 240 enrolled undergraduates, with the first class to receive their bachelor's degrees in engineering science this fall. Initially, students focus on environmental and civil engineering, but plans are already underway to expand the course of study to other disciplines.
The University of Hawaii, they're gonna collaboration with us for mechanical engineering.
And Dr. K says, the support from industry and government partners hungry for talented engineers to work on and ultimately solve complex challenges with science has been constant. Looking at the overall value to the community, it's a small and worthwhile investment they make with a payoff that is tenfold.
We have one group, we call it the School of Engineering Advisory Council. The member of this committee, these are all the consultant in Guam, engineering consultant, and also government of Guam and also the military. And these are helping us a lot.
And this all comes full circle as we celebrate UOG's 53rd Charter Day in 2021, relative to the theme, Transforming Lives, Advancing Communities, as the engineering program is proudly propelling us into the future and fostering innovation in a new and exciting way, creating new opportunities for all Guamanians who want to buckle down, work hard, crunch numbers, and make their island community better.
At UOG now, when you have to be the level, everything is going up, the level of education, because you have to, to math, to physics, to this. So it's affecting on everything.
So bravo to you, Dr. K. Congratulations to the first class of UOG engineers and Biba UOG Charter Day. Reporting for KUAM News and representing the UOG class of 1996, I'm Jason Salas.
And now for our last feature, we get to learn more about the enrollment management and student success, a division of the university focused on students. Here's Dean of EMSS, Dr. Lawrence Camacho.
The Enrollment Management and Student Success Division is an integral part of the student experience at the University of Guam. While success in the classroom is essential, a strong infrastructure outside of the classroom is vital to a healthy student experience. The division covers many aspects of student life, including admissions and records, financial aid, residence halls, recreational activities, student health, and much more. With the changing times, the EMSS has created new ways to help student growth. Dr. Lawrence Camacho, Dean of EMSS.
The biggest things that we're launching this particular, during the Charter Week for the university is the Triton's Career Connections, which is something that we've been developing. It's a virtual platform designed specifically for the University of Guam and our students, where students are able to sign on and be engaged in terms of trying to find out more information about the industries that they're after in terms of the career.
The Triton Career Connections website launches on Charter Week and will act as a one-stop career hub, providing visitors a wide array of resources at their disposal to find prospective job opportunities. This includes job listings for both local, federal, and international job opportunities, career coaches, alumni mentors, and other online resources. It also provides employers with a strong network of future candidates for their organization.
The other things that we're doing, and especially during this pandemic, while we're still restricted in some areas, is the green zones that we are offering throughout our campus. And I'm sure there's the colleges and the schools have various places within and even in the library where students can come and actually have access to sanitized areas, spaces for them to just continue their learning.
EMSS has added many other activities and functions to its division, ranging from a brand new welcome center for prospective students located right in front of the Calvo Fieldhouse to a fully staffed esports program, ready to compete with other colleges around the nation. Be sure to inquire with them to learn more about these programs in more detail.
Once again, the Enrollment Management and Student Success Division of our university is an arm that supports the lifespan of our students the moment they get onto our campus or into our institution all the way to the end when they graduate. We're very grateful to all the folks out there who contribute to our cause here in our division. The donations and all the things that we gain from the community is really well appreciated, and we're grateful for all that. Thank you all for continuing to support the University of Guam and our Enrollment Management and Student Success Division. Biba UOG.
With the changing times, it is important to note that the EMSS has many of its resources readily available online. Additionally, Dean Camacho would like every student to know that the staff at EMSS are ready to assist students with their challenges, no matter how small or big they think they may be. With Guam's News Network, I'm Ken Snickles.
You're all probably wondering, what's next? Are you guys ready for the raffle? Make sure you get your popcorn ready, your paper towel ready, because there are 8 amazing prizes that all of you have the chance to win. Thank you to the Student Government Association and the Endowment Foundation for these prizes. Now let's move on to the raffle.
So the following prizes were provided by the 59th SGA. For our first prize, we have a UOG backpack and a wireless keyboard. My mic is on. And our first winner is, she's not here. Okay, she's not present. So we'll go ahead and spin the wheel one more time for our first winner. You know, the first prize isn't that bad. A UOG backpack and a wireless keyboard.
I mean, I think I can use that for like school.
Right? The keyboard's also good for gaming. You know, speaking of games, visit our IG page at UOG_SGA and play the Track the Tritons. Test your blinking skills and see if you can get the Triton on the track. And our first winner is Mike Nahalawa. Congratulations on being our first winner for the raffle drawing.
Congratulations, Mike. Woo. Okay, so we're moving on to prize. We have a UOG backpack, a keyboard, and wireless earbuds. Now let's see who the lucky winner is.
Let's spin the wheel. Wow, this package is better than the first one. It has an earpod. And our next winner is
Frank Ishizaki. Congratulations, Frank. You won prize number 2.
And for our third prize package, we have another UOG backpack with a wireless keyboard and another wireless earbuds. Let's spin the wheel for our third winner. And our winner is Miss Jackie Hansen.
Congratulations on the third prize, Miss Jackie. Now we're moving on to prize number 4. Are you all excited? Because I'm excited. So we have a UOG full umbrella, a webcam, and 32 gigabytes of flash drive. Now let's see who the lucky winner is. Okay, since this participant is not present today, we will be moving on to the next person.
Remember, in order to win a raffle prize, you must be present to win. So sit back, relax as we turn the wheel.
Okay, and the next winner is Michelle Adrigan. Congratulations, Michelle. You're the prize number 4. Now moving on to prize number 5.
For our next prize, we have another UOG full umbrella and a webcam and a One Pilot G2 Blue Pen, packs of 4. We'll go ahead and spin the wheel for our 5th winner.
And the next winner is Peter Barcinas. Congratulations, Peter Barcinas. You are the winner for prize number 5.
For prize number 5, though, I think you also have a surprise prize, which is a insulated bag that comes with that package. So congratulations. And so for our next prize, we have another UOG full umbrella, 1 webcam, and 1 Pilot G2 Blue Pens, a pack of 4, and another insulated bag. And let's spin the wheel for our next winner.
Okay, and the next winner is, we have the one and only Dr. Thomas Price. Congratulations, you're the winner for prize number 6. Okay, so for prize number 7, we have a very own endowment foundation that provided this amazing prize. We have a 1.6 cubic feet refrigerator. Who wants a refrigerator? Test your luck. Let's spin the wheel.
I would like to thank the SVP for providing the prizes of the insulated bags. Thank you, SVP.
Okay, since this participant is not present today, we will be moving on to the second lucky winner of the refrigerator. Oh my G, congratulations to the winner, Kimona Rivera. You will be going home with a refrigerator, 1.6 cubic feet. Now moving on to prize number 8.
So for prize number 8, it is one of our grand prizes for this morning. It is 1 Tsubaki Tower, 1 night stay with breakfast for 2. So let's see who's our lucky winner for this morning. Let's spin the wheel. Looks like this person's not here today. Let's spin the wheel one more time. You still have a chance to win a 1 night stay with a breakfast for 2 at the Tsubaki Tower. Looks like no one wants to stay for the 1 night stay at Tsubaki Towers. Let's go ahead and spin the wheel one more time and see who our lucky winner is. Remember, in order to win a raffle prize, you must be present to win. And our winner for the first Tsubaki Tower 1 night stay with breakfast is Mr. David Mantanotnia. Congratulations, David.
Okay, now we're moving on to the second 1 night stay with breakfast for 2 at the Tsubaki Tower. And the lucky winner is... Okay, seems like this participant is not present at today's event, so we'll be moving on to the next lucky winner. And the lucky winner for the one-night stay breakfast for two at the Tubaki Tower is... So this next winner is not present at today's event. We'll be moving on to the next person. Just a reminder that you need to be present to win the prize. Once again, this next winner is not present at today's event. We'll be moving on to the next lucky winner. Okay, the next lucky winner for the breakfast for two one-night stay at Babauta Tower is Joanne Sudo. Congratulations.
So I would like to thank everyone for joining us this morning. I would also like to thank the SGA for providing the prizes for today's raffle drawing, as well as the SDP and the UOG Endowment Foundation. Those who are receiving the Yoji merch prizes, those are also from the Triton Bookstore. So thank you to the Triton Bookstore for allowing us to buy those items. To conclude, thank you for celebrating with us. On behalf of our fellow MC, Jonas Macapinlac, and the crew working behind the scenes,
Co-chairs Norman Annalisa and Dave Okada, as well as Manny Hechinova, Jeff Sanchez of Jams Media,
and the Charter Day Charter Month Committee, we want to thank you all for tuning in. Stay safe, everyone.